Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news. Well, a live stream yet again. So, again, as the title suggests, everything is about race, and we all know this seemingly to be the case because, it's America, it's the world. It is currently where we reside at this moment in time, and it's a very sad time, right? As a lot of white folks would like to say, why does everything have to be about race? What is this all about? Well, I'm going to explain it to you video by video, cut by cut. So let's look at something that is a little bit similar, if not the same, if not close to the Carmelo incident, and see if white people may have a similar reaction, right?
For a white kid to premeditate unaliving. It's okay for a white kid to bring a blade to school with the intention and purposes of using that blade. It's okay for them to drop $1 million bond bail for a white kid to 175,000. But there's a problem with the black kid. All the people that's upset with the black judge Lauren Carmelo's bail it's deeply rooted in racism, because there's a similar case that's happening as we speak in Texas. But this time, the white boy unalived a Mexican kid with multiple pokes. Multiple pokes. Why is this white kid carrying a knife on school grounds, right? This was a planned fight. They went to go fight in a restroom, and a white kid brought a blade with him. Poked the Mexican kid multiple times, fled the scene. And the cops had to find him at his house. And the knife was covered in, that red stuff, right? His bail was set at $1 million. Then they reduced it to 175,000. And this is what I'm talking about. This white kid, Kason, brought a blade to a planned fight and unalived Jose. And this all happened in Texas. How come it's okay for his bail to be dropped from $1 million to 175,000 when he clearly planned on attacking this guy with a blade? Whereas Carmelo Anthony, it's a problem, and his bail was only dropped to 250,000. To me, this is unfair. Carmelo Anthony bail should have been dropped lower than 250,000.
Now look at that. Very, very interesting, right? Now, again, if you happen to type it, if you happen to let's say put into Google, student, let's say wounded or stabbed, right? The only story that seemingly oddly enough is going to show up, we all know what it is going to be Carmelo Anthony. It's going to be that story, is going to be the stories, it's going to be the mugshot and everything, right? But yet in Texas, you have this exact same story that pretty much happened. The only difference is, again, both of the students knew that they were going to fight. They were going to prearrange a meetup at a bathroom, whatever, and they were going to settle their differences. Now, this is normal for, guys. Either, people do it outside or people go to the bathroom, however it goes. This is something that normally you would hear of guys doing in school. I've seen this happen a multitude of times. We would even have times where we had security guards that understood that, people got, their differences and all this other type of stuff. It's like, all right, y'all want to squabble real quick, let's duck into the bathroom. Y'all can sit up there and just like handle this real quick and shake hands, and that's it. Now, in a lot of instances, people would feel like, oh no, why would you allow something like that? It's a sanctioned, for all intents and purposes, it's a sanctioned fight. You have somebody who was an adult who was strong enough to basically break the two apart. He basically said, yo, this is what's going to happen. Y'all want to sit up there and do this? Y'all can back out if y'all don't want to do it and just let it be that, or y'all can sit up there, fight it out. Best man win, shake hands, and that's the end of it, right? And when I witnessed it, that was something that took place. And both parties, and that was my way, I was with my friend, my boy Big Mike, and he had a fight directly in the school with this dude that was running his mouth and all this other type of stuff. So they had their fight. After everything was said and done, they said Big Mike won. After everything was said and done, they shook hands and everything was good after that. They didn't have no more arguments. They didn't have no more fights. There was no more this, no more that. So again, there are reasons why, certain things should happen. And, again, there are other reasons why things should not happen, given this case in the story right here, right? So just so we know what we're looking at here, I'm going to give you guys the images of both of the students, right, that were involved in this instance. So let's just look at this real quick, right? So you got a clear cut photo of both of the students directly right there, right? Let me just make sure yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What is up? So we can clearly see both students, right? And this is what they stated. They said the murder trial of high school student who admitted to the stabbing of his classmate um, in Texas this week. Case in Allison, now 21, confessed to taking the life of Jose Luis Ramirez Jr., age 18, during a fight in the boys' bathroom in Belton High School back in May 3rd of 2022. Allison's lawyer, Zachary Boyd, said in an opening statement that then 18-year-old acted in self-defense after finding himself forced to fight Ramirez and a group of his friends. Allison, who has been on house arrest ever since posting a $175,000 bail back in July of 2020, is facing anywhere near 5 to 99 years in prison if convicted. The murder trial began with opening statements on Monday, and on Tuesday, jurors were shown a video of the incident that one of Ramirez's friends recorded inside the bathroom. And see, I want to highlight that part. Now, that's a very interesting thing, right? So in this instance, they have video recordings of what took place here. Again, any of these, especially in this time, all of these kids got video cameras. They're always ready to record. They literally got their phones set up where they just press a button, click it 2 times, doop, doop, and it automatically starts recording everything, right? But yet, you don't happen to see the video when it deals with Carmelo Anthony, which is quite weird. I'm not sure why it's people are just automatically trying to push that under the rug, trying to hide it, or whatever it is that they are specifically doing. But again, pretty interesting. So they said that the murder trial began with opening statements on Monday. On Tuesday, jurors were shown a video of the incident that one of Ramirez's friends recorded inside of the bathroom. The video allegedly shows Ramirez throwing a punch at Allison and Allison responding by swinging at Ramirez with a knife in his hand, according to the documents. It then allegedly ended with Ramirez cornered before the teenagers all run out of the bathroom. The arrest affidavit details the aftermath of the fight. Ramirez manages to leave the bathroom, but is seen on school surveillance video collapsing in the hallway a short time later, right on the floor. The school nurse then started to perform life-saving measures on Ramirez, who was then transported to a local hospital where he was later found deceased. The affidavit also notes that Ramirez had been stabbed in the chest, back, leg, and arms. So again, this wasn't just a one-time thing. The Allison kid was like, oh, okay, so we're about to sit up there and fight. Now notice, supposedly the main stance for Allison is like, oh, I'm going to fight you, but then you got all of your friends here. You guys are going to try to sit up there and jump me, rah, 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 right? But it didn't say nowhere in here that his friends ended up getting harmed. It was only Ramirez that ended up with multiple wounds to his body and later collapsing, where a school nurse tried to give or perform life-saving measures. The letter stated that Allison left school and returned home after the fight and was arrested a short time later. A knife covered was allegedly found at Allison's house. Court records showed that additional charges were filed against Allison a few days later on May 9th after he allegedly went after a family member. Allison has entered a plea of not guilty, and that trial is expected to last through the week. So again, you're looking at somebody who not only is violent in nature, but you're looking at somebody who also attacked one of his own family members. So you already know what it is. You already know directly what time it is and how this just so happens to work. But when it's dealing with Carmelo Anthony, you see white people all over having an opinion, having a voice, wanting to specifically speak in on this ordeal. And even underneath my videos, white people are like, but oh, why would you bring a knife to school to a track meet? I just don't understand it. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would your white boy decide that he needs to sit up there and bring a knife to a fight that they already established that they were going to have? That don't make no sense. That just means that you didn't have a plan on fighting. That just means that you can't specifically fight. Now, see how this is the difference, right? You got two people right here in front of you that planned on actually fighting. They agreed on this, right? Ramirez came directly with his hands. He was like, all right, no problem. We're going to sit up and squirt. We're going to handle this. We're going to, make it do what it do. Allison, on the other hand, was like, I'm not really too sure about that. I will agree on the context of a fight, but no one said that I'm going to use my hands, right? And he decided to pull an Edward Scissorhands and stibbity, stab, stab, stab. And that's what he did, right? And again, this was a fight that was planned. One planned on using his fist, the other one planned on using a weapon. Again, you got a student that decided to, quote unquote, why would you bring a knife to school? It just doesn't make sense, right? Now, when you look at Carmelo Anthony, you see the difference where you got two brothers that are somewhere combined in the range of about 300 to 400 pounds together. And then you have Carmelo Anthony, who was about 130. See how that's a little bit of a difference? See how the scales are tilted in one person's direction? But yet, white people don't want to talk about that. They want to bring up the height of the brothers. They don't want to bring up the weight of the brothers. They just want to show similar pictures, which makes it appear that Carmelo Anthony and McCaff are about the same weight, the same height, and they're not. No, they are not. But yet, here we are, where white people are silent on this story here. And white people are so talkative when it deals with Carmelo Anthony. Like I said, it's because of race. That's what white people and many others realistically care about. And that's the only time they happen to focus, because when you give them something like this, it's complete silence, which is a little bit weird, because I thought, as white people used to say, all lives matter. Matter of fact, white people are actually saying that right now on X when it deals with McCaff and his image and whatnot. But if you happen to notice some of those images, they put lightning directly behind him. If you know what that means, you know what it means. If you don't, you don't. But that further shows the types of individuals that are really trying to cause, as a lot of white folks would say, a race war or a race riot or a civil unrest or upheaval in the United States. Like I said before, it's not black people doing this. It's y'all, right? But again, let's continue.
Your attitude and disrespect towards me as a national public. Even your trip today is ended.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? Today is finished. There's no vacation today. Where you want to show us your passport? He said to me, like, the last time we came, ni hao. So you're both.
Yes, I know that.
But I might take this chance also to remind you to be a bit more respectful. Don't be racist.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm racist. Don't,
Right.
don't say that I'm a racist.
I heard you say ni hao, okay? We're not Chinese, we're Thai.
Okay.
So try that again, and I will have you deported.
Really?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You said ni hao.
Sorry?
You said ni hao.
Ni hao?
Yes, this is not how you say hello in Thai. Because your attitude and disrespect towards me as a national operator, today is ended. So after this, you're gonna have to.
No, you don't. You,
Then we don't know the world. Oh, no,
I
you
know.
didn't say that. I heard you say ni hao, okay? We're not Chinese, we're Thai.
okay.
No, absolutely you do. And the attitude towards us is not acceptable. Especially when you're a guest in our country.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? Today is finished. There's no vacation today. But
So let me just clarify for a lot of people, because maybe the noise of the boats directly in the background was a little bit too loud. So you had these Europeans, white people, whatever, some people who are not indigenous to that land, they decided to go to Thailand to vacation. And when he decided to speak to somebody in Thailand, he wanted to, in a sense, say ni hao, right? And that's coming from somebody white. That's pretty much somebody white saying that all Asians look alike. So I'm just going to say something random in an Asian language, and you should pretty much get it because these are your people, right? That's the ignorance that a lot of black people speak on, and a lot of white people don't want to admit that this is how they technically see a lot of other groups of people. This is why white people tend to look at black people as the same as Africans, and this is why when you go online, you see a lot of white people that want to troll and do this and do that. They want to use these varying pictures to try to depict black people as living in huts and yada yada yada, when that's never been the history in the United States. Like, why would you try to use that as an insult when that's not even us? You could look at even your own history books, even though they admit a lot of things from it. The one thing they will sit up there and tell you is that we've been here. But yet, let white people online sit up there and try to explain black people. They'll try to make it seem like we were just, living in mud huts in Michigan, with spears and, in trees and, just trying to chase down and hunt gazelles and cheetahs or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, it's crazy work. The mental gymnastics that people do in order to showcase their racism. It's ridiculous. And again, you got the white couple here trying to act bewildered, like, oh my God, like why would you, that doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? This dude is he's a cop. Don't argue with cops. You're in a whole nother land. Just shut up. That's all you got to do. Follow his orders, like white people always tell black people to do. And why don't you just follow law abiding command? Why do you always got to argue with the officers? White people, why are you arguing with an officer in Thailand? This is not your land. You're not indigenous here. Realistically, you don't even belong there. But yet, this is what you guys tend to do when you go to other areas amongst other people. You feel that you are right because you are white, and like he sat up there and told you, like, yo, I'm going to just let you slide for a little bit, but you do something else that close to stupidity, and I'm getting you out of here. We're deporting you real quick. Just imagine that. Getting you out of that country. Whew, sounds familiar, doesn't it? Getting about to get thrown directly out of a country. Ooh, I would have loved for him to act like I said, when other people on their lands stand 10 toes down in front of white people, I respect them. Because a lot of people won't do that. They will allow white people to act however it is that they want to sit up there and act. So going to another instance when it dealt with Assassin's Creed and how it is that the Japanese government had a problem with the desecration of their temples inside of the game. And then, Ubisoft hurried up and they decided that, yo, we're going to patch this so that you can't do any of these things there because this is sacred. This is still in existence. People worship this. They still are into the religion and everything. We're going to respect that. And we're going to fix this situation, right? Japan was like, okay, it's great that y'all fix that, but we're going to have to make sure that none of y'all can come directly to our temples because we don't want the people who play this game deciding that they're going to come to our temples, come to our land, take a plane trip, come to our lands, visit our temples, and think that they're going to be able to copy and do the same things they do in a video game to our actual temples. And I want people to understand that they weren't talking about black people. They're talking about Europeans. They're talking about white folks because those are the main ones that have the utmost expendable income and money to go to and from all over the world. So I just want to make that very clear because a lot of people tend to say that, oh, how those blacks sit up there. Nah, this don't got nothing to do with us because y'all said we broke. You said all we got is EBT, government assistance. You can't use Section 8 on Spirit Airlines. You can't use EBT on Spirit Airlines. So, like I said before, they're talking to one specific group, and it is you. Because no matter where you go, you decide to showcase this type of disrespect and ignorance every single time, which is crazy. Diabolical. 100% diabolical. Like I said, he should have just packed them on up and got them directly out of that country. That's all he had to do. Get them on out. Get them on out of here. That's all you had to do. Get them out of here. 100%. Get them out of here. Right. But like I said, because of the color of their skin, people gonna let them slide. And you were clearly able to see that directly in the video, even though you can tell that the officer there was, he wasn't really trying to tolerate no type of nonsense, but he was trying to be lenient, which they didn't deserve that at all. Neither one of them deserved that, because they didn't even want to apologize or admit to the fact that that's what it is that they did, even though we literally have it in 4K. Got it in 4K. Still didn't want to sit up there and admit that they're wrong. Again, that's another problem. But let's continue. Let me see, make sure. Yep, pull this back.
Directed at African Americans spray painted outside Lakeview High School in St. Clair Shores.
This criminal act is now under investigation. Police. Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly has a story.
Racist graffiti spray painted at Lakeview High School and St. Clair Shores.
They cleaned it up really fast, actually.
A derogatory word used against African Americans was part of the hate speech.
When I received the email yesterday, I just was like, it doesn't surprise me at all. Not one little bit.
This parent has a son who is a sophomore at the high school.
His first year here, he was told that someone was going to mop the floor with his locks.
Hi, I'm with Fox 2. My name is Ingrid. I was hoping to speak to one of the administrators.
Fox 2 reached out to the district superintendent for an interview, and the wait for a response continues. But this is a statement that was sent to families from Superintendent Carl Paulson, which reads in part, "We are taking this matter very seriously and are committed to supporting our students and staff as we work to ensure accountability and healing. Once identified, the perpetrators of these actions will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." The Macomb County NAACP also released a statement about the racist graffiti, and it reads in part, "Our branch is actively engaging with school and community leadership to ensure that this incident is thoroughly investigated and that meaningful accountability follows."
They're very racist here. And I feel bad because we still have to experience that. And it's not fair.
And some families say they're so bothered by the environment here that there's only one solution for their family.
So I'm a little bit confused. Why would, in order to show the hatred that you have for another group, you decide to spray paint a racial slur directly on your school towards said students? That's the dumbest thing ever in my that I'm a little bit, I don't even understand that one. You're going to literally, as a white student, you're going to literally deface your school in order to let black people know that you don't like them and that you are trying to make them feel like they're not welcome. That makes a lot of sense, right? Like I said before, this is the society that we are clearly in, at this moment in time, and you have a lot of people that feel emboldened when it deals with a lot of these things directly out here. Never at a point in time have I ever been to a school and seen black students decide that, oh, we're going to deface the school and we're going to start putting slurs directly up there towards students of other ethnicities. I've never seen that. Never seen it at all. But usually when I happen to hear of some racism, I'm hearing it from schools predominantly that are white. And I'm like, look at that. But yet again, a lot of white people like to portray themselves as not being racist, but yet these are your students. These are your kids. These are the ones that you are raising, that you are teaching, that you are indoctrinating. That's crazy to me. That's 100% crazy. And like I said before, it doesn't matter how many times you can pull up videos, images, or whatnot, or whatever, and showcase this. Even in 2025, white people always got an excuse, or they'll decide to ignore it, just like they ignored that story that I showcased directly to you with the young man Ramirez ended up losing his life to a white student that decided that he wanted to take a knife and, Edward Scissorhands the whole situation instead of just putting up, his hands and fighting. That's some crazy work. It's diabolical. Sham said it happens a lot in Wisconsin, especially in what was that? Baraboo County. We still have sundown towns in Wisconsin along with the Nazis. Yeah, they're pretty much all over. Like I said, it is what it is. They're in law enforcement. They're also in the FBI and other facets of government. And a lot of these dudes are also judges, right? A lot of these dudes happen to be COs and a lot of things. Like I said, they're prevalent. They're all around. It's in plain sight in a sense. But a lot of people want to act stupid and they want to make it seem as though that these groups or these people don't exist. But the moment of time that you want to highlight this, what do white people normally do? Look at the blacks, look at the Bloods and the Crips and the this and the that. But I'm like, the Bloods and the Crips ain't doing nothing to you, correct? That's specifically in one community. They're not doing nothing to you at all, because more than likely, a lot of white people complaining about Bloods and Crips, they never even seen one or met one. They only know things by way of television, by way of the internet, not actually going up and having a conversation, right? They know it by way of the news. Again, crazy work. But yet, people have these wild imaginations. A lot of white Americans act as though that they've been harmed by every single facet of version of black people directly out there, have them tell it online. Because every single time a story comes up, oh yeah, I've been through something like that. Yeah, when I sat up there and went to Detroit, I faced some harsh racism from the blacks there. I didn't understand it. Don't know why it was even happening. Because I was just there, minding my business, getting some gas, like any other person would actually do. And then this group of blacks, came up and started harassing me, and acting real racist. And I was like, hey bud, hey guys, what is this about? I'm just getting gas, right? Every time they tell these stories, they always got something, and they're always innocent every time. And I'm like, nah, that's never been history. That is never been history. It's crazy. 100%. But let's continue.
But I have learned that this is not the woman's first brush with the law. This video of a woman in a car repeatedly using the N-word in Pinole has gone viral. The argument between the two women happened in this public parking lot in downtown Pinole on Sunday afternoon. Pinole police officers responded to the scene and spoke to both women. In a statement, Pinole police said in part, due to the nature of the verbal exchange between the involved parties, the incident has been classified as a hate incident and is currently under investigation by the department's Criminal Investigation Bureau.
It's really disheartening. We're living in some very trying times.
Felicia Carr of Fairfield reposted the video on her social media and helped identify the woman using the slurs.
With the tensions that's going on, and racism is at an all-time high right now. And it was just so much racism and just blatant disrespect. It was sad to see.
I spoke to the mother of the woman now under investigation. She did not want to go on camera, but told me she's sad and has been crying constantly after learning about the video a day earlier. I have learned the woman accused of using the racial slurs has a pending criminal case, charged with repeatedly stealing from Ulta Beauty in Concord. The manager of a nearby restaurant in Pinole tells me the woman had been a customer, laughing by herself. He says she's no longer welcome there. It's not clear what led up to the disagreement caught on video.
It does not matter at all. No matter what the contents is, she was out of line. It doesn't matter what transpired before, she was out of line.
Seeing the footage, I'm disturbed, I'm outraged. Cameron Sasai is mayor of Pinole. The use of racial slurs, everything from these racist anti-black rhetoric is not welcome anywhere, but especially condemned in the city of Pinole.
It's not a nice word to use and it should never be used. She should definitely be educated on it.
Now, once Pinole police wrap up their case, the Contra Costa County DA will determine whether this woman will formally face charges. Live in Pinole, Henry Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
So that was technically a follow-up of the video that I actually gave you guys. I uploaded that somewhere around, I think maybe like 7 o'clock, right? And I posted that video directly to you guys. And I would actually like to have her name because I've seen a variety of names listed directly up there. That's why I didn't put a name, because I didn't want to mistakenly put somebody's random name up there. So right now the woman is still just unknown. Normally the news would decide to put the name of the person up there, but they're hiding them for some reason, which makes no sense. If you're going to act this racist, everybody should realistically know who it is that you are. Along with future employers should also know who it is that you are, because you are going to be very hurtful to somebody's brand. Realistically, she better be just doing online work or something. That's the best bet. She better not be doing that in brick and mortar where somebody can clearly identify and see her face. Because like I said, and as I stated directly in the video, the only thing that she was trying to do was that she was trying to get a rise. She's one of those chaotic type of people that want to get a rise directly out of Black Americans so that they could basically try to prove a point, right? They could try to say, "Oh yeah, this is how they act," and da 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 da. Look at them; they're uncouth. They're not civilized. They're this, that, and the third, and all of these other things. And then they talking about her mother was crying. What are you crying for? You know how racist Indians from India are. You know of the type of colorism and the caste system that you got directly there. Why are you crying? That's part of the reason that y'all ran and fled. On top of the fact of how women are looked and treated directly over there in India. You know why it is that you ran from your own place, from one place directly to another, so that you can have a better life, so that your daughter can have a better life, and opportunities that you would not be able to have if y'all were both back over there in India. There's no telling if she would even be around at this moment in time, how the Indian men actually treat women. No telling. Right? No telling. And I actually had somebody write me in. You see it now. It says, if we call this Indian woman. Oh yeah. Yo, Kevin S, what is up? What is up? Yeah, see, I saw like I said, I seen quite a few names. I've seen about at least 2 or 3 names of what people have said supposedly was her name and whatnot. Like I said, I looked those names up myself, and I would have rather let the mainstream media come out with the information versus again putting somebody else's name directly up there, because I did put in a name or two before, and it was another Indian woman that showed up, not her. So I just want to be very careful when it deals with those types of things. But for this video, I'm trying to look through as I'm talking to you guys right now. I had somebody leave a comment because they got a little bit perturbed because I said that she is Kamala-like, or within Kamala's family, that type of thing. And it seems as though people didn't know what it is that I was referring to. And again, I showcased the video where Kamala was labeled as an Indian, a first Indian senator or whatnot, or official, that's a part of the American government. And she was being interviewed by an Indian man, one of her own people. And she nodded. She said yes. She went directly into answering the question. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. She didn't say that, oh, I'm half this or I'm half this. She didn't say, oh, well, I'm sorry to have to correct, I'm actually a Black woman. She didn't say none of that. She didn't say none of that. So when I sit up here and say that Kamala is a Indian woman, I mean just that. Because when she could have corrected somebody in that interview where it was face to face, there was more than enough time. She had about a good 10 seconds before she started talking. She decided not to address that or to try to correct it. So again, it be like that. But again, I'm showcasing this because a lot of Black people don't understand that we don't really, have anybody to depend on when it deals with things in the United States. Matter of fact, I just found the comment, so let me post that comment. Right, so let me just showcase this right there. Y'all might not be able to see it. Let me see. Nope, can't zoom in on it. That's tough. All right, so let me just read it off to you. So the person stated under the video, So, what was the point of the Kamala Harris type comment? Oh, you must be one of those she ain't all the way black types. That's why we have a guy that's all the way orange in the White House. Um, I, I, I'm not sure if that was supposed to like offend me. I'm not sure if you're trying to throw an insinuation that it's like, okay, well, I see how you are. Obviously, if you're not a Democrat, because you have a disdain or dislike for Kamala, that obviously means one other choice. You have to be a Republican, and because of your thought process and the way that you move and vote, this is why we got Trump directly in office. Huh? How do we get there? Because the funniest thing is when it dealt with Biden, I did not get the same comments. I didn't see people pulling up to the scene and really wanting to go hard for Biden and all this other type of stuff. People wasn't really this vocal up until Kamala showed up. And that's the most interesting part. And I'm going to say it again. People were not this vocal really like this up until Kamala showed up. Because I'm like, where was all of this fight? Where was all of this light and everything else? When Biden was, directly in, like, where was that at? Where was that energy? Nowhere. Because you didn't care. Didn't care. But now when you have somebody who looks different from the rest of the presidents directly up there, then on top of it, you have somebody that is a woman. Here we are. Now people got this rah rah rah. Now magically, people really care about politics. I'm like, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how it works? And like I said before, it's just hilarious how when people can't directly 100% put a stamp directly on you, they will put their perception of you directly out there and try to label it as some type of fact. Crazy work. Crazy work. But like I said, I love it. Somehow, some way, somebody has to be a villain when it deals with a lot of these things directly up here. You just got a lot of people that are just angry. Rah. Just got a lot of people out here that just want to be angry for no reason, and it makes no type of sense. No type of sense. And as stated before, for a lot of people that say that we shouldn't focus on race and race is a non-factor, as I've stated time and time again, when racists actually show up in the comment section, and I know that white people are sitting idly by, y'all never pull up to the scene to say anything to those racists to shut them down. Never say nothing at all. Trust me, I watch, I look, and I read, and y'all sit directly right there. But hey, y'all the same ones that like to say all lives matter, right? Y'all the same ones that like to say, everybody's all American though, right? We all bleed the same blood. We're all God's children, and da 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 da, and all this other. Yeah. Like I said, it's a likely story. Likely story. Let me see. What do we got here? Somebody said it's not because she looks different, it's because as a prosecutor, she made comments about using the process as punishment on people and kept people's past their release dates due to the cheap labor. I mean, I saw those comments too. There was a lot of things I actually posted when it dealt with Kamala. The same exact thing I did directly with Trump. I posted things dealing with the Central Park Five and many other things. But people tend not to listen. People tend not to do any research. People don't want to do any looking around. A lot of people would just rather get hyped up. They want to get that fix. They want to get their adrenaline, running so they can just go out and just feel like they got a purpose for the day. So I guess that's why I'm here. It's just, it's easy to do, I guess, right? You said, by the way, what group do you think that she abused the most in the Cali legal system? I wouldn't know because I'm not from Cali. I wouldn't know. It could go either or, technically for me, realistically. But specifically dealing with the whole presidential race, you have a lot of people that were going directly for Kamala because they felt that she is a black woman. They felt that she was the representation, the epitome, right, of a black woman. And the other thing that I like to point out as well, right? So let's go by the two things that they in a sense, wanted to make sure that wasn't going to happen again, right? Number one, they want to make sure that you would never have anybody that would be able to identify as a black man that would be able to run and hold the seat as president of the United States. They were like, we did that for 8 years. You guys aren't getting that again. So then people are like, all right, we're going to do it a second way, and we're going to put a woman of color directly up there. And not just any woman of color. We're going to put a woman up there that was, seen in some form of instances with some black men directly out there. So just by proxy, people are going to identify her and call her, a black woman. And, she's highly well educated and all that other type of good stuff. And then the trifecta, they were like, hey, we're going to put this woman up there that basically, for all intents and purposes, physically, people are like, we identify her as being black. And then we're going to also put her with a white man. That worked both in a positive and in a negative way. In one instance, in a positive way, for a lot of other women out there, they look at that relationship as the main go-to or as the most successful and beneficial relationship. The negative way came by way of, if she were to win, then white men would, in a sense, be looked at as a second-class citizen, technically, if you get what I'm saying. Because if she would be the president, he would basically be the president's husband, right? And then we already know the normal jobs that they tend to give the significant other, right? Michelle Obama, she was writing books, baking, spending time with the kids, doing all of those things. And white dudes are like, yeah, we ain't doing that. You didn't even have us in the first half. Like, we're just not doing this. And they showed you. They went directly to the ballots and they were like, yeah, it don't matter what Trump says. We just know that we see a white man up there with a European woman, and we see all of their kids directly up there, and then everybody he's picking is white. We're going to sit up there and go with that, because that's at least the closest representation to all white everything that we can get. We're going to sit up there and take it no matter how it goes. And that's what white people did. That's what white people did in the United States. The same United States where a lot of people like to say that color doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. It's a construct. It's this, that, and the third. Why does everything have to be about race? Why do certain groups only focus about race? We clearly see how everybody focused on a race, correct? And we see that race that is directly in office, correct? We see the cabinet. We see the administration. All right. Like I said, people, saw a race real quick. People saw a race real quick. Crazy work. Yo, what's up, Ty? What is up? Miss Ivory said, right, Seji, white man would be second-class citizen to a woman president. Yep. And white men were not going to have that. They already knew the optics. They already know how the world basically sees them, and they were not going to stand for this. They'll stand for a lot of other things, but to have a woman basically outclass them and to sit in that seat. Now, if that was a woman, let's say that she was like single, she had like no kids, no nothing, no husband, anything. Maybe, just maybe there would have been an even better of a chance that would have been successful, but they weren't going to do it. If they weren't going to do that with Hillary, and that was a white woman with a white man who formerly was the president of the United States, if they weren't going to do it with that couple, people really thought that they were going to do this, that white men and white women were going to allow this with Kamala and her white husband? Nah. Some people didn't calculate. Some people didn't do the calculations. There was a lot of people out there that were selling tickets that didn't really do the calculations on a lot of the seats. They didn't do it. And this is what happens. So, I got to bring all of that up because I still reminisce and go back and remember the fact that a lot of people on social media were trying to pin the whole loss of the presidential race. I think I even had somebody in my comment section try to point that towards me at some other videos, some past videos. But people tried to say that, oh, the reason that Trump won was because of black men. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, for the main group that supposedly don't have no power, we are, quote unquote, as a lot of people like to say, useless. We are not protectors. We are not fathers. We don't hold down jobs. We don't build anything. We don't contribute to the United States. Magically, when the time is to lay the blame, out of nowhere, black men have this superpower where we could just make anybody a president. I've never seen this before. Never seen it. Never in my lifetime. Never in my lifetime up until this moment. Actually, hold on. Let me let me run that back real quick. Right? We actually going back to Georgia. Stacey Abrams. I'm sorry. Stacey Abrams technically was the first time where they were like, hey, well, if black men would have came out there and voted, you know, Stacey Abrams would have had, you know, this seat and whatnot or whatever and all this other. It had nothing to do with black men. It had nothing to do with us. Because Stacey Abrams was going directly after the black female vote, both young, old. She was going directly after that vote. She was going to Meg the Stallion, Lotto concerts, showing up there, holding up poster boards. Again, she wasn't doing that, all of this stumping and standing. She wasn't doing none of this for black men. And like I said before, for a group that people like to say are useless, magically we become so important. The amount of powerlessness that we have as black men magically becomes so important when it deals with voting, when it is that people want something specific. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Because magically everybody else gets the stuff that they technically want, and then black men will happen to vote, and guess what? Get left behind. Nothing happens. So yeah, it be like that. It's crazy. 100%. Crazy. Diabolical. Jim Britt says she was never going to be president. Well, you know, that's because a heavy amount of whites, Latins, Asians, and Indians sat up there and made sure that was going to be the case. You know, the same white women who were out there parading, out there saying that, oh, you know, we got to fight sisters, women rights. We can't, you know, have our rights taken away. And they're coming after all of us and not just you and da da da. And they were like, you know, we did say that stuff about our rights, but we're going to sit up there and vote for the men of our community who are white and represent us, and they hold the power structure and they protect us no matter how much we complain. We're going to sit up there and go with them, and we're going to, you know, let y'all fight for y'all rights. So y'all got it. We in the house and y'all outside the house. That's literally what happened. That's literally what happened in 4K. In 4K. And here we are, place to place, together with silver spoons. Look where we are. We're two of a kind. Da 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 da. You done messed around and found out. But anyways, let's go to the. Let me just make sure we on. Yep. Let me go to the next video here.
2000. Race mixing was illegal up until 2002. You're going to give up 50,000 years of evolution if you mix up with this dude.
Are you filming us?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But just look awkwardly. No, you realize that race makes it's going to give up 50,000 years of your evolution, right? There's 2 billion of those people being born because of.
Did you know that it's actually better evolutionary to like?
No, it's not.
I'm not going to talk science.
No, it's not.
I'm a scientist.
No, it's not.
I'm a scientist, and I'm not going to talk about this.
Literally, if you literally, you're just throwing down your genetic line. For sure. Pretty much, you're just LARPing. You're LARPing as a European in America. If you had any actual like heart and integrity,
Are you
you'd go back to
Are
you done? What are you, a Jew? Are you done? Are you Jewish?
No. Are you done though?
No, but I'm saying the truth.
No, hold on. Are you done?
I am a scientist, and you are wrong.
Stop.
So you.
Hey, it's done now. It's done.
So you think
you stop that? Stop.
No, you
stop.
You think hybrid vigor is a thing,
bro? Film me. Okay. Film me. Just stop. Stop that.
What are you, some SJW warrior?
Dude, I don't know if
hey,
it's done.
White people are only 7% of the world's population.
That's me. And I'm part of that. And I'm part of that. And it's done now.
And if we
whatever you're doing is done.
If we intermix, we're gonna become.
Who gives up, dude?
I give up because
Why?
We're the only creators of society.
No, we're not.
No, we ain't. Net migration only flows into white country. It doesn't flow into.
Just stop.
Exactly.
Stop.
Walk
across
the street.
Okay, name me one black country that you would want to move to.
Name me one.
Yes, name me one black country that you would
This is
move
my
to.
guy right here. Just go.
Name me one black or brown country that you would move to. Everybody moves into white countries. Everyone moves into white countries for a reason. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because you don't have a retort.
So shout out to the white folks that I know that are here because I can see some of your comments. I'm just trying to figure out why are you like this? Why are you like this? Why would you decide that you want to go up to a couple that are minding their now? I had to roll this back. And I specifically want to talk about this video because I saw some comments up there. And one of the comments that I had directly up there wanted to, try to tell me that, matter of fact, let me see if I can highlight this woman real quick. Because that was crazy. I'm like, yo, ma'am, you're too old to be doing this. Right? So let me just showcase this real quick. Right. So this woman basically said, this shouldn't get any play time here, blocking this channel. I don't know who this woman is. I don't know if she's black or not. Again, I'm not even sure why she even got offended, which is a little bit weird to me, because the one main thing that I stated was that people should just be minding their business. That's it. That was the main out of the whole video that I made out of that. That was the one simple point. Just mind your business. The incel that wanted to talk directly about the white woman being with the black dude, chances are very great that he wouldn't even be trying to date her. He would say that she's mid or all this other type of stuff. He'll be talking all types of stuff, trying to call her out of her name, yada, yada, yada. He's the same incel that disrespects his mother, his sister, his grandmother, and his aunt in his family every single day for holidays, Thanksgiving, birthdays, and all this other type of stuff. But yet, when you happen to see her, the one that you don't care about, directly with somebody else that doesn't look like you, now you're a victim. You're like, oh, but we're out of the world. We're only 7% of the population. Whose fault is that? You might want to go back to Europe and talk to them about the plague. You might want to go have that conversation and figure out why it is that your population is so low. That's on you. That is on you. You trying to sit up here and magically make it, I care about the white race so much, and we're only 7% of it. Well, maybe if y'all weren't suffering, like I said before, from erectile dysfunction, y'all weren't suffering from a low birth rate, if it wasn't for a fact that your own women detest you and don't want to procreate with you because of the way that they grew up around you and seen you treat them and the women in their families, maybe things would be a little bit different. Maybe you would actually have a lot more of the younger white women out here willing to procreate with you, but you opted to do otherwise. You opted to, want to quote unquote treat people as property. You want to disrespect them. You want to devalue them and all these other. That's what you decided to do as a white man. So now you want to be out here in the streets and you want to decide to, go at a couple. You want to be like, oh, well, race mixing is actually wrong and da 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 and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, why are you concerned? Why are you worried about it? And then I had other people in the comment section trying to, bring up the Bible and this, that, and the third. The main point is, again, and this is why I keep trying to tell people, like, dog, y'all focused on the wrong things. Y'all focused on the wrong things. And I keep trying to tell people this. The incel is wrong for this whole situation, just like a lot of other black people are wrong for this situation. Y'all both need to just mind y'all business. At the end of the day, like I said, I can sit up there and admit that at a point in time, like, yo, I'll be sitting up there like really worried about something, and I'm like, why am I actually fixated? Why am I actually so focused directly on this? Right? These are two. This ain't the whole, agenda type thing that we normally see by way of, let's say, like the movies or commercials or books or cartoons. This is just real life. These are these two people that was like, hey, we want to see what happens. We want to see what it do. And that's what they decided to do. Again, whatever happens is whatever happens. That is by their choice and their choosing. Right? These are two legal adults that decided to have this relationship. Realistically, nobody should actually care. Nobody should actually care. I wouldn't advocate for something like this happening here, and I wouldn't advocate for something like this happening in reverse when you got black women with white dudes. Like, again, it's stupid. It's nonsensical. It's a waste of energy to focus literally on somebody who obviously don't know that you exist and probably is not even interested in you. Why sit up there and focus? Why waste time? Why sit up there and get angry? It makes no sense. But yet that's what I just so happen to see all the time, especially white men. That makes no sense. Y'all are the main out of the whole existence of human beings. You guys are the main ones, the only ones that has the highest number of interracial relationships. Why? Because y'all go everywhere. It don't matter if you're European, don't matter if you're white American. Y'all go everywhere. Y'all got all of this money, right? Y'all the rich ones and all this. Y'all like to see the sights. Y'all like to conquer, conquistadors and all this stuff. Right. That's you. But have everybody else tell it. For whatever reason, the poster child of interracial relationships is black men. Crazy work how that happens. Crazy work. Even though historically speaking, it's only white men. They've had the money, the finances. People have literally pulled them and brought them directly into their countries. You can go to Africa right now and find white people from America over there. Color me surprised. You can go over to Africa right now and find white people from Australia, from Europe, from the UK. Crazy work. Canada. And it's like, I thought that there was nothing of value over there in Africa. I thought it was nothing but mud huts. I thought everybody was just in trees with spears, right? There's nothing there in Africa. There's nothing modern, right? Just like he tried to sit up there and state, like, name one black country that you'll want to sit up there and go to. There's actually several. There's actually several. Or he even said brown. You can even list Asian countries directly in there because you got brown people directly over there in Asia. You got highly melanated folks over there in Asia. You got Vietnam. You got Fiji. You got Thailand. Like, what are we doing? I would actually like to go to Brazil. And there's a lot of white people that fly from all over the world to go to Brazil. Color me surprised on that. But he's trying to make it seem like the only places that matter are white areas. But how is that going for you with your population? You're so proud, but yet you're 7% out of the world. That's crazy work. That's some crazy work. Like I said, I can have a disagreement with whatever. And I'm talking about because of historical context, right? But I would never sit up there and go up to a couple and do something like this. I had to censor myself real quick because I was about to say something, because I'm like, stuff like this is it's ridiculous. Because I brought up a video before where it was a black guy at a soul food restaurant with a white girl, and this black dude decided he wanted to get up from his table, start recording directly in their faces and asking them questions like, aren't you ashamed? Like, what about the ancestors? Like, so you just had to date a white woman? Like, what about your mom? I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you really doing right now? That's why I keep saying, like, a lot of this is just like some clown type of stuff. People just need to mind their business. People just need to mind their business. Like, that's some crazy work. Especially white people, mind your business. And again, I want to point it out in this area that this white boy, again, like I said in the video, he was specifically doing this to try to get the black guy to act out in such a way to prove a point of the type of racist theories and ideologies that they naturally have. He was wording himself very carefully when he was speaking, but he was doing it in such a way that if you were to slow down what he was saying and then you were to put racist context to it, you get what it is that he was saying without him saying it. Like I said, white people are very smart when it is that they want to try to antagonize somebody, and they want to try to come through as the educated sort, as though that they're not aggressive, that they're not trying to do anything, just trying to have a simple conversation. This is how they do that. This is exactly how they do it all day, every day. Crazy work. Crazy work. Some says, Seji, man, the algorithm has been keeping your videos from me. I'm glad to see you're still putting in work. Yeah, we still here. Pretty much all day, every day. Live streams, videos, different things of that nature. Let me see. Windows said, no race on the planet Earth does this to they're women, but black men. I'm like, what does that even mean? I'm a little bit. I'm confused. I'm confused. Explain that one to me. I'm a little bit lost here. Like, what does that even? Was there a comment? I gotta go. What is your name, man? Wendell Davis. Let me try to roll back. Maybe I missed something. Maybe I missed some context because I'm like, that just doesn't even make sense. We got Lavender in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Yeah, I don't see any context here. That was just a random statement. Oh, okay. I got you. No. The example that I was giving you, where the person was actually videotaping, that was a black man that did that. That was a black man, another black man in a soul food restaurant. Maybe he might have been sweet, maybe not. I'm not sure. But for the fact that you, as a black man, decided that you needed to get up and question a black dude in a soul food restaurant because he was with a white girl, for what reason? Like, what was that really going to do? Was that going to cause like a revolution? Was it going to like make waves? Like what were you going to, sit up there and do? But like I said before, that dude specifically in that video that got up to record that couple, he would have never done something like that if it was like a black dude in the hood. Let it been like one of the dudes that might be like a scammer or whatnot or whatever. He would have I bet top dollar that dude, the same way that he acted in that soul food restaurant asking questions, he would never go to the block and do that to those black guys. He would never do that, because you'll probably never see that man ever again. That'll probably be the last video that you would ever see of him. And whatever would happen to him, they would record it on his own phone and post it on his social media, just to send a message directly out there. So no, that wasn't even a black woman that did it. That was a black man that did that. Just gotta clear that up. Nightfall, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, what's good, Sedge? It's been a long time. Yes, it has. You said, what is it? We got Jones in the park. I'm saying like it's Xbox. We got Jones. What is up? What is up? You said, so the Caribbean. Yeah, a lot of them there. Yeah. It's a lot of white folks in the Caribbean. Oh yeah. And they're doing their travels because they want to do a lot of things. They want to have some experiences. Like I said, white people don't like to have those conversations. Like this is the thing that I want a lot of people to realize, right? Whenever white people happen to take trips to melanated areas, I'm talking about like black, for all intents and purposes, black areas, right? So you think about Africa, right? You think about, technically I want to say like the UK, but it's not really as much as it seems, right? But you would take it, so Brazil, Africa, and the islands. A lot of those women, well, technically, a lot of those white people in general are going down there to have certain types of experiences, right? So they will leave their cloak and their hoods directly in the United States, right? In the mainland areas. And then they'll venture to these other places around the world or the islands. And then they'll try to put on this whole other appearance as if, I'm not really, bigoted. I'm not judgmental. All people are all people, because they're looking to get something directly out of that situation that they know they wouldn't be able to do back home, because they know that there are cameras, they know that there are eyes, and people know them. They like to go to a lot of these islands and these other places, these getaways, because they can act and do the things that they've always wanted to do, that they've always hungered directly for, right? And it's always sexual in nature. Always. In certain instances, you'll have some of these people that are having these long distance type of relationships of, I'll see you when I see you, right? When they come there on that trip, they're together with that person for that week, 2, or however long that they stand. And then when they're not, it's that type of deal. But this is the way that a lot of white people like to sit up there and move, especially white people that are in the United States. If you look up certain statistics when it deals with interracial types of videos, if you know, the primary people who are watching those, if there's a website that did a certain map directly on it. I think I might have actually showed it off on a live stream, right? If you look at, you got a lot of the Bible Belt And those are white folks that are heavily searching for interracial. So, like I said, I know what it is that I'm talking about because we got the stats directly out there, right? So you can't nobody sit up there and play no games. So you got the white women that's obsessed, with black dudes, and then you got the white dudes that's obsessed with black dudes. Crazy work, diabolical. How these things tend to work, but have people try to come directly into this chat, and they want to write all of these racist things. But yeah, if you happen to check their history, it's a whole different thing. If you check what websites they own, it's a whole different situation. If you check to sit up there and see who they sending cash to on Snapchat, or who they with on OF, or some of these other types of sites where they want to be put in certain types of bondages. I'm talking about specifically the white men. You'll see how it works, because a lot of them like to be actually dominated by black guys. Crazy work. But they want to try to grandstand and act like they're racist, like they're the world's strongest. But you want to get your back broken by Tyrone. That's some crazy work out there. Let me tell you. Crazy work. Diabolical. This is why I sit up there and laugh whenever I see white dudes out here like acting racist, because I'm like, yeah, I already know what you're about. Crazy work. Crazy work. Nightfall said, I used to worry about stuff like this. Then I grew up and realized that whatever black person is in that relationship has to put up with that white person's BS. I'm good. Yeah. Yep. Nightfall said Africa is becoming the world's bedwinch and bed buck capital. Yeah, that's true. And that's the crazy. Nightfall, I'm glad you pointed it out. The craziest part that I noticed about Africa, there's an abundance of folks out there in relationships with Europeans, and I'm like, did y'all not learn from history? I'm like, y'all still going through it. He's like, y'all literally still going through, like, the apartheid and a lot of these other things that have been happening. Like, it was not that far ago. Like, how y'all countries and whatnot, were taking over, and things with government leaders, and but I'm like, all right, hey, whatever it is, like, y'all got it. Like I said, the videos that I be seeing on TikTok and whatnot, and people be trying to pass that off as like is true love. I'm like, nah, those European women, they are looking expired. And because they're looking that way, they know that the guys who are even at their age who don't want them, they're going somewhere to try to find a little bit of love for whatever little bit of time that they got left, and they're willing to sit up there and pay for it. That is the only. It's a money arrangement. It is a money arrangement, but you would have thought that a lot of those dudes out there would have been rich. You thought they would have been making off like bandits, and that just don't be the case. I have not really heard of any success stories of these African dudes out there, really making it big. I've yet to hear any of them pull off like an Anna Nicole Smith. I've yet to see that happen. That's crazy. Yet to see that happen. What else we got? Nightfall said, facts. I'm subscribed to another YouTube channel that talks about divestors and spoilers from the African women and men are going through hell with them folks. Oh yeah. It's crazy. Diabolical work. Matter of fact, is this a video technically touching on Africa? Oh no, it's not. So we're going to go to another video, technically dealing with what we've been talking about, the main topic of the live stream, which is race. So let's get directly into it.
Historically speaking, white people have always been adverse to manual labor. They have always found some way to source out their labor, whether it be tilling the lands, farming their food, mining the mines, the railroads. Now, in the age of manufacturing, it's all of their products, right? And the Chinese have been able to take advantage of this aversion. They've built their whole economy around it, in fact. It's actually funny because it's like a two-step mental process, because in white people's justification that they aren't made for manual labor, they've created a whole economy around servicing where they don't have to do manual labor, and then convince the entire world that people who do manual labor are less valuable By service providing, I mean all the like computer, hello, how are you doing type shit, right? The email drafting and basically the corporate bourgeoisie world, right? And that's really just the slave versus the overseer mindset, right? Someone does all the work and then you have someone manage the workers. That's basically what white supremacy is. Racism has always just been their justification for not wanting to be laborers. And the job market, the corporate world, college educated, all of that is used to justify their aversion to labor. So here we are 159 years later, which is when slavery ended. We've established an entire economy around managing laborers. We source everything in America because of white people's aversion to labor, and then we slap logos on it, slap all this mental cognitive. Everything that white people have created is jumping mental loops to justify the fact that they do not labor at all. There's no difference in these products. They're all made in China, right? The only difference is they create this sense of branding and comfort around imaging and all of these things to get you to have the mental cognitive to buy the branding, because the products are all the same, because they're all made at the same factory. Everything about white supremacy is just jumping through mental loops to make you forget the fact that they do not make anything, that they are not laborers, that they refuse to do work, right? So that we will continue to spend money and work for them. The economy in America thrives off of all of this mental manipulation, because the truth of the matter is we do not make anything. We just manage everything. We manage our image. We manage the propaganda about who we are to the rest of the world, about what it is that white people actually do for jobs in America. It's all mental manipulation. We're a country of narcissists.
That's facts. And this is why we always have to have, when it deals with the United States, this is why we always have to have a lower class in order to stabilize everything else, right? If we don't have a lower class, guess what's going to sit up there and happen? They're going to need something. They're going to have to, I guess, for a better term, maybe subsidize ain't the word, but they're going to have to replace it with something else. So this is why we've seen everything going with robotics, dealing with AI, right? So because you have a lot of people that don't want to work these normal, average, everyday jobs, fast food, and so on and so on, now they're putting robots directly to task. So in a lot of instances, you're not going to have janitors anymore. You're going to have these robo janitors that are going to be there, which are these computers that are programmed. They're going to feed the computer a map of, let's say, a school or the building. And at certain hours, let's say, if the school is closed like after 3 o'clock, they will have the robo janitors specifically going through and washing or cleaning the hallways instead of having a janitor sit up there and do it. They also have janitors to go through the classrooms or different things like that. Again, the quote unquote mediocre tasks that you would have ordinary human beings of which they used to do yesteryears, right? You're going to get rid of that. Same thing with fast food. Same thing with grocery stores and many other jobs. So that's going to put people in the way of fight or flight or sink or swim. People are either going to have to get with it or move directly out the way. People are going to figure out how to float, or they're going to have to sink rock bottom and just let it be what it is going to be. And again, a lot of people are just going to be sinking because a lot of people feel that the information or the stuff that they have right now is all that they really need, and somebody out there should just be hiring them. And I'm like, nah, you might want to sit up there and get a few trades directly under your belt, because everybody is replaceable unless you are a part of the top 1-2%. You are replaceable, and for the greater majority of people, you are replaceable. They're even doing that when it deals with AI. Somebody had did a simple little experiment, and they have AI lawyers, because you could feed a computer all of these law books, and all somebody has to do is like, hey, I need to know about XYZ. What can you tell me? So instead of them going to an actual lawyer, they can just go directly to this AI, which is being managed by the law firm or whoever else. And it can answer, a few questions, but they can make sure to limit what it would tell you so it doesn't give you everything. So therefore, after you get that little bit of information, guess what? Now you're going to that lawyer. Again, those lawyers are a part of that, that 1%. They're part of that demographic that's not really going to get replaced. They are replaceable, but not so much as of yet, right? Because the courtroom is still in the era of, we still need the whole, human consciousness. We need somebody that's going to care. You need somebody that's going to be able to sway the jury, because that's really what it is, right? When you think about rappers, they are very great storytellers. And some of the greatest storytellers, their art or their stories or the way that they speak to you, it will stick with you throughout life. That's the same thing that lawyers do. They try to, paint you this picture. They take their time. They walk you directly through the nuances. They'll walk you through anything that's even microscopic, all the way up into the big picture, so that you can realize what picture they painted directly in front of you. And then once you see, you're like, wow, like that was awe inspiring. That was beautiful. Wow, not guilty, right? And they'll do stuff like that. So, like I said, I don't know. We're at the point and stage where people want to mess around and find out, and that is what's going to happen. You have a lot of people out here still to this day that feel that they are irreplaceable. They feel that the administration and the government will never do anything to specifically harm them financially. That they won't do anything to, harm them when it deals with the job market or the housing market. So, like I said, a lot of people are going to have to find out. They're going to have to figure it out, and make do with whatever happens. But like I said before, this is again what a lot of people just so have happened to vote for, and a lot of black people tried to warn and tell black people, hey, if you go down this road, if you decide to do this, it's not going to be panning out too well, right? So this one, bro, I don't. Let me just. Where's my picture at real quick? I don't even know who you are. I don't even know. I don't even know who you are. That's crazy. I love it though. I literally roll up to a black channel, and what, you expect me to coddle you? You expect me to make you feel good, feel better? Nah. I mean, I guess if I got you to, go act outside of yourself and decide to type to me that, oh my god, this is loaded malarkey, I'm blocking you. I guess I'm doing my job, because you weren't supposed to be here. So I take that. Again, didn't we just show off about 30 minutes ago? I sat up there and showed you a woman that did the exact same thing. This is my thing. To a lot of y'all grown adults directly out there, why do you think that it's going to move me that you're going to sit up there and block me? Like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, and the stupidest part about this is, right, you can have this disagreement with whatever it is that I'm saying. Again, you're not doing any research or whatnot or whatever, but the one things you won't block, the one things you won't get rid of, are the people in your lives that will actually cause you the utmost harm. Oops. Look at that. Color me surprised. You're not going to get rid of your father, your mother, your aunt, your uncle. You're not going to get rid of the other family members who never protected you or stood up for you. You're not going to get rid of those halfway friends that you got. You more than likely still got those who you were in relationships with that treated you horribly. You still got connections to them. You won't block them or get rid of them. But you'll block me as if I did the utmost detrimental harm to you that you've ever faced in your life. That's some crazy work. I love it though. I love it. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's Coca-Cola. Tastes pretty great. Tastes pretty great. I guess there's gonna be some more people blocking me in a minute, I guess. But we're gonna go to the next clip. This is just a silent clip. Oops, I went back up. Let me see. Next one is here. Right. So what you're seeing here is video that I recorded offline, right? And I'm pretty sure that some of you guys may be on like a larger screen television. So you can technically see what it is that's directly up there. It's going to move by kind of fast, but it pretty much it doesn't matter. The main point that I wanted to bring up is, as you can clearly see, let me just pause that right there. Right, that was a great one right there. Right, see how white people just roll up. You got the Trump one, 2020, the White Lives Matter, and again, these are the same people, as I said before, that want to pull up to the scene and be like, the Republican Party doesn't focus on race. We don't see color. We judge people by the character that they are, right? Trying to pull a page out of Martin Luther King, right? We judge them by the context of their character. But yet they will get online and they'll be like, white lives matter. White lives matter. Why is it racist if we say it, but it's not racist when the blacks say it? Well, that's because you guys are the causation. That's why. And if we happen to say something, we're not, in a sense, getting rid of you. It's not a call out to get rid of white folks. No, we're just simply making a statement. But, it'd be like that. A lot of you guys don't want to tend to actually listen. And then you want to write stuff like this: Black privilege, the ability to break any law in society and still be the victim. But yeah, didn't I just show off this image here? Didn't I just show off this image here? Didn't I just show off this image here and read off this story where that white boy decided that he wanted to agree to a fight, but instead of using his fist, he decided to use a knife on a whole nother student multiple times? Again, he thought that out. He knew what it was that he was going to sit up there and do. But, I guess we can't use the whole white lives matter thing in this instance, because you got people that are honorary white. And that's clearly what white people are telling people without saying it online, because white people don't got a reaction to the story. They're not really saying nothing. And they're really not as vocal as they are about Carmelo Anthony. Right? They are not as vocal. Going back to this video here, I could have basically recorded about a good hour plus going through X and just showcasing the stuff. And then, the other thing that I find very interesting with white people, they have a very interesting fascination with George Floyd. I don't know why you guys are so fixated on George Floyd. And I don't know why it is that you guys think that we look at him as some type of like iconic hero in the black. Like, it's some crazy work. Like, it's crazy work how, like, the theory that you guys, and again, black people haven't talked about George Floyd pretty much since everything took place and happened during that time frame. But yet in 2025, just like y'all still talk about Obama, y'all sitting up here online bringing up George Floyd. Look at this. Look at this. Let me put this back. You got one up here trying to insinuate that, talking about the George Floyd, statue. Like, what is y'all like? What is your obsession? What like, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it if you technically look back at certain videos far enough. I understand why it is that you have a fixation on a black guy, just like you have fixations on black men during slavery. I get that. Right. I also got books directly on that. Right. Also, referenced and talked about that early when it dealt with the incel and how it was that he wanted to say that, interracial relationships were illegal up until yada, yada, yada. Again, crazy stuff. But these are the fixations that you guys literally have in 4K. I know somebody was, having an issue with me saying in 4K. This is how, I know that people are white, because they don't actually get what it is that I'm conveying to a lot of other people directly out there. Crazy work. And then trying to, actually, this is like more like 720 or 360p. This is not actually 4K. Bro, I actually have a computer and PS5, PS4. Like I know, what 2K, 4K, 8K. Yeah. But like I said, shout out to white people. You're always out there trying to, correct somebody and do this, that, and the third when it's not actually needed. Nobody actually wanted you to give that type of information, but yet, here we are. But yeah, like I said before, this is just crazy. It's like y'all just all over the place talking about George Floyd 2.0. Like, so basically online, white people are trying to call Carmelo Anthony George Floyd 2.0, which doesn't even make any type of sense. I'm a little bit confused. Directly on that. I don't get it. I really don't get it, but yeah. The obsession is unreal when it deals with black people. We could literally, in a sense, just mind our business. Like, let's say, like, I put it to you like this. About a few times every year, white people will start bringing up and talking about George Floyd on X, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like I said, when you're able to see a lot of these things take place and actually happen, it's mind-boggling. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, so out of everything that you could talk about, we all know, we get it. Y'all don't care about George Floyd. You don't like him, all this other type of stuff. Rah, rah, rah. Yada, yada, yada. Racka, racka, racka. But every single year, though, you don't got nothing else to talk about. Like all of these government files that came out, like they're not, talking about, anything dealing with the other files that should have been released. White people ain't really on that and really talking about that, but this is where y'all wanted to pop off. This is where y'all like, yeah, we really got something here. We gotta keep bringing up George Floyd. We gotta really keep talking about this. We gotta let people know that white lives matter. It's crazy work, diabolical work. And then the funny thing is, again, dealing with the whole thing with Carmelo Anthony, is the fact that you have a variety of individuals out here who have literally taken the lives of black people, and all white people did was cherish these people. Y'all love these people. You are in some instances trying to have them come directly to your homes. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me actually download the picture that I was actually working on. This is for another video that I actually got coming up for you guys. I gotta record that after this live stream, right? You might be able to see this slide if I put it up there, right? Let me see. Let me see if I got okay, so what I'm gonna do is I gotta edit this real quick. Let me just do a quick mini edit because I'm not really trying to do with the whole blur detail, because on YouTube, you gotta kind of blur out certain words and whatnot. You ain't trying to really do it no funny business. Let me do that. I'm not even gonna worry about trying to even color it. So all right, so we're gonna do that. Let me just read through this real quick. Auctioned off by later a piece of American history. All right, so yeah, let me show you y'all boy real quick, right? Your boy Jeezy, right? Not as in the actual Jeezy as Snowman, but Jeezy such as George Zimmerman, right? We're gonna look at, is that number 4? Correct. All right. I'll download that real quick. Doop. And we're gonna upload the image here. Maybe not. What in the world? Hold on. Why did it come out as black? That's what happened. That wasn't supposed to be there. It was actually image 3. That's hilarious. Like I said, live streams, this is where things happen. Sometimes things don't go as planned. All right, so now we actually got the image. All right, so let me get rid of Remove that. Take that directly down. Put this up. Right. So this is y'all boy right here, right? George Zimmerman, right? So they said, going back, so at top you can see George Zimmerman. He's signing like the Confederate flag, right? This was back when George Zimmerman had weight, right? He was looking kind of hefty, right? He was, eating good. He was a celebrity. He was going all around the country. White people was loving this dude. Look at that, signing a bag of Skittles. He might have even signed a can of Arizona too, right? George Zimmerman sold the weapon he used to take the life of Trayvon Martin to a user named John Smith. Crazy work. On the auction site United Gun Group for $138K, right? The top bid was made in the final minute of the auction. The weapon had a starting bid of $100K and a buy it now price of $500,000. And as reported, that Zimmerman later said that weapon is a piece of American history. Look at that. Just think about that for a minute. Somebody takes the life of your son or your family member, and you got these people out here that just want to hurry up and buy. They want you to sign any and everything, no matter what it is, because they deem you as like the second coming of Christ. They deem you as the best thing smoking right now, to the point where you can sell the weapon of which you took somebody's life with and earn money from it. I ain't never in my life seen something like this. But like I said, shout out to America, shout out to white folks, because I know somebody white bought that. Let's not play. Let's not mess around. Let's not be playing these semantics. We know somebody white basically bought this. That's crazy. I ain't never seen something like that in my life. Only white people could pull off something like this, and those are facts. But like I said before, everything deals with race, and it does. It does. And very much specifically by one group that wants to have things pop off in the United States, which will cause mass casualties. It will cause civil unrest. And again, this is not anything that black people want to sit up there and do or are even looking forward to. This is what other people out there are trying to push forward in order to use black people as a catalyst to make certain things happen and transpire. And then, it got a step worse, right? So this is some more information, right? And this is dealing with the whole thing with Carmelo Anthony, because again, we're on pretty much the exact same thing dealing with this. White people, I want to understand, why is it that you have a unique obsession with wanting to throw information out there that doesn't need to be shared or thrown out, right? So I know you guys can't like technically see it because it's a little bit of a smaller screen, but this is what I've taken directly off of X. The image to the upper left, you have a woman that is smiling. She looks Hispanic in nature. She decided that she wanted to look up the house of where Carmelo and his family, lived. Or I'm not sure if it's current or not, but she wanted to look up a house. She was like, "Oh, let me see if I could find anything online that matches up with this, that, and the third." And she ended up looking up, and she basically found that, and then she also listed the whole address and everything like that. And I'm like, so what are you specifically trying to say without saying? What are you trying to have happen? Because as I stated before, whenever things like this happens, there needs to be laws, because you could cause things to happen. Now I know what she wants to happen, because that's why she did it. But there needs to be laws directly in place. In the lower left-hand corner, you see a picture of Carmelo, and it's a close-up of maybe it might be a chair or something like that in a corner, and there's some shoes. And white people are like, "Oh, look at that. He got $500,000. They got a brand new home, and just look at that, some brand new shoes." Nobody even knows that those shoes are brand new. Those could be shoes that he's already had. But because white people want to be so fixated on what black people are doing with money, this is what happens. So this is why you had to see in an article, right? Well, actually above the article, go to the right side of the screen, and above on one of the quotes, it says new house, new car, new suit, new shoes, and took the life of a child, right? That's the way that they want to put it. Even though they like sending a lot of their murderers to Burger King right after they done. We all know who that is. Dalen Ruth went directly to a church, sprayed up the scene. The cops took him right to Burger King because he did a good job, right? But y'all got the nerve to be trying to crazy work. But anyways, we go to the New York Post. He said Carmelo Anthony, right, renting a $900K home in a gated community with family, bought a new car after released on bond in Austin Metcalf murder case. Now, notice how they wanted to try to put that. So that's why. And then I also had to put at the below that, where you have the guy picture and it says Angel Michelle Tucker, right? I think that should be the name of the judge. They're basically trying to put the home and the address of the judge directly out there. Now, the funniest thing is when it deals with black people and stuff happening, I don't really see these things happening by way of black people, where we're like, okay, yeah, this is the address of the judge and all this other. It's like we try to let everything take its course. But white people, on the other hand, they're like, we're not going to allow justice to take its course. We're going to have, a public thing take place. We're going to see if we can make something public happen. Again, this is why I try to sit up there and tell people that it's within the DNA, it's within the ecosystem, it is within the indoctrination that they have in their own communities and homes and schools, of why it is that they feel so comfortable to try to have these public, I'll put it as if a public picnic, and and have things transpire and take place. And I want to note, both people in these instances of which they're trying to put their addresses out there are black. Crazy work. So then we have the main important image to the far right side. It says this: Jacob Wells, and I told you about him before when I first did my very first video on Carmelo Anthony. Jacob Wells, co-founder of the popular crowdfunding platform, tells TMZ that no funds have been distributed to the company and receives clarity from the campaign recipients on use of funds, so that the people have given can be confident in how their donations are being used, right? And below that, it says Carmelo Anthony is not using the money from the fundraiser, even after the team, was able to pay the $250K bail, right? So a lot of people were trying to figure out how it is that Carmelo Anthony afforded, that bail. One of those ways that supposedly it's online, if people want to look it up and happen to see it, there was a brother online basically saying that a rapper ended up putting up the $200K for towards Carmelo Anthony to be released. And I was like, you know what? That makes me look at that rapper in a whole different light, because I'm like, he didn't have to sit up there and do that. I'm like, that's something right there. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to keep my eye directly on you. I'm like, all right, okay, I see you. Because again, he could have just minded his business and decided not to, sit up there and do that. But he was like, yo, I see what's happening. I see what's going on. Let me do a little bit of something, because I got something. And let me just do this. And you still got white people out here trying to make it seem like he used the money from the funds to do all of this. Because notice how they wrote the article. They said moolah. Like what are you talking about? Like, this is basically a defense fund. But you want to make it seem as though, like, some tongue in cheek, like he's like some type of rapper, like he's about to just, be showing up iced out, like, 100,000 here, 100,000 on the wrist, 100,000 on the pinky, 100. Like, come on now. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. But like I said, this is what white people do, though. Whenever it deals with black people, y'all always want to sit up there and try to pocket watch. Y'all always want to look at what it is that we're doing, how it is that we spending money. But I'm like, why are you worried about it? You said we don't do nothing anyway. You said we broke anyway. You said that we don't know how to spend. So I'm like, why you always in black people's pockets? Why? Like it don't make no type of sense. Like, that's diabolical work. You said I already did that. Somebody said, can we just get a case in Allison? I already did that. I literally did that. I had the image. Well, at least of this story, I had a whole image, and I went directly over this earlier during the live stream about like what, a good hour ago. I had already did this literally. If you happen to rewind the live stream, you could actually, dip right back real quick and happen to hear that I technically talked about this story about a good 3 times possibly, or touched in on the story one main good time and then brought it up 2 more times. So yeah. But yeah, this is 100% ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make any type of sense to do any of this type of stuff here. White people, again, this is directed directly towards you. Again, as the live stream states, it's always about race, because with y'all it's always about race. Because whenever it deals with anybody white committing acts, y'all ain't worried about how they spending the money. You ain't trying to find a home, their house. You ain't trying to look at their parents' records or anything. You ain't trying to do none of that. Y'all stay silent as a church mouse. Like I said, Daniel Penny, y'all made that dude a millionaire. I gave him like $2.3 million. And y'all wasn't pocket watching that man. That dude was in box seats at an NFL game with a sitting president. Something that you would never be able to do in your white American life ever in existence. You would never have that experience that the man had. But y'all were cheering that man on. But right on, brother. If I saw him down the street, I'll sit up there and buy him a beer and a dinner. We could sit up there and talk some war stories and da 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 da. That's an American hero. He needs to be celebrated. Somebody needs to erect a statue. If they still have the donations, I'll donate to him right now. That's how y'all act. Y'all celebrate y'all folks out here as if they just really did something. But when those same people, like if a Daniel Penny did that to a white boy on the train or in a neighborhood in the suburbs, oh, y'all would have lost y'all minds. And I simply am going to tell you, like, pray for forgiveness. The exact same forgiveness that y'all told black people, no matter what atrocities y'all committed, pray for forgiveness. Ask, what would Jesus do? If you are a God-fearing person, sit up there and pray to God and let him sit up there and take the weight directly off of your shoulders. That's what you do. But looking online, I see that y'all ain't really God-fearing. Y'all just posturing. Y'all really probably ain't even religious. Y'all pagans, like I always said that y'all were, because y'all non-believers. And because so, this is why you're so judgmental. And this is why you want to, quote unquote, be vengeance, right? But you only want to be vengeance when it deals with black folks. You never want to be vengeance when it deals with somebody white doing something in your community. 9 times out of 10. You don't want to be vengeful then, because you see that person as you. And because you do, you're like, you know what? They just made a mistake. All people make mistakes. It's what has the world come to? Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Miles said, my bad, I'm late. No, that's cool. It happens. Like I said before, YouTube doesn't really give out well, I'm not sure if you're subscribed or not, but YouTube doesn't really give out notifications as it normally should. I even noticed that by when I went live and how many people were there. I'm like, yeah, this ain't making sense. It's just not even rolling how it should roll. And on top of that, the actual numbers that are present don't really fully get shown from what I'm able to actually understand, because if I go to the analytics of the actual live stream and look at how many people have actually come through, yeah, it's way different versus the live number that you guys are showing, and even what I'm able to see directly in front of me. Like I said, it's crazy. I wish they would actually put that up there. Sham said, I wouldn't buy a house today. They can't even withstand a little wind. Not many people build a house like black folks did back then. My dad built really good homes. I mean, that's true. Yeah. Nightfall said, night, they're just pissed off because they can't dirty Carmelo up with the usual foolishness. Yeah, a lot of the narratives that white folks, and you still got a lot of white folks screaming the same narrative of, single parent household. Where is his father? Even Austin McCaff's father tried to, say some stuff, but I'm like, hey, you're the last person that needs to be saying anything because you got a record, brother, and your record is looking bad. It's not you want to be the last person to actually say something because you got some stuff on you. So I'm like, you might want to back down. Don't be questioning no parenting, because if you do that, we can question that record that you got. We can question that. That's crazy. I'm like, what in your right mind thought it was okay for you to do what it is that you did to get arrested? Like I said, you should be the last one being judgmental. You should technically possibly still be locked up. But that's neither here or there. That's neither here or there. Yo, Gail, what is up? What is up? You said, Seiji, I want to pray for that chick who put out their address. What's her handle? So when you happen to look at some of the images that I post, especially if it's on X, the reason I got their names, blocked out for, obvious reasons. Some of these people may have, content up there that is not great or suitable. And, I tend to have a lot of people up here that are trolls or whatnot or whatever. And they, like to do a variety of things. So, I'm not trying to have people like, oh, yeah, she's trying to enable this time. We're not trying to do that. And on top of that, if you look at the blue check marks, I mean, that woman has about, if I remember correctly, I think she had about like 158K. So to my knowledge, from what I can assume or assess, she is an actual person, right? Website, everything. But she gets paid for engagement. And I'm like, yeah, I'll highlight what it is that you said, but you not about to get paid because I highlighted you. People gonna have to sit up there and do that digging. I don't know how to happen, but they're gonna have to, sit up there and do that, and that's how that engagement with their or her platform will sit up there and happen. But yeah, they're not about to get paid because of me. Oh no. We are not doing that. I mean, I guess that would be a good point for me to actually have the what is it? That would be a good use for the Discord. Anything that I don't happen to showcase here, I could just, post that there. So now we're going to go to the next video dealing with, wait, are we? Wait, hold on, let me make sure. Let me just see something real quick. So we did that one. So this one is going to come directly dealing with a African woman explaining issues in Nigeria and what people there, ordinary people there, have to face and how there is a classism, so to speak, directly there. So let's just take a look and listen.
The problem we have in Nigeria is not just with the government, it's also with the rich people of Nigeria. What do I mean by that? Simple as this. The people who own businesses in Nigeria, or the wealthy people in Nigeria, have no respect, or they don't even see Nigerian people as like real people. They have no concept of human decency. Let me give you an example. I went to my ex-husband's family's factory. They're a wealthy family, very, very wealthy family. They own like 5 factories in Nigeria. And when I walked in, I'm looking at their employees working in underwear at the factory. You can tell that some people live at the factory. It was just so vagabond. And when I brought it up and asked about it, they told me, oh no, you can't pay them too well. If you pay them too well, they'll leave. The excuse that I was giving, and it gets worse. So then I'm looking at like the fact that his father went and copped a brand new 2024 Range Rover, like all the cars they have, they're like, and I'm just in my head. So you're telling me that if you pay these people beyond minimum wage, even if it's just 100, like it will be too much. The fact that business owners in Nigeria do not pay their employees enough for them to be fucking current, for them to even survive Nigeria, blows my mind. Like, do you know that if you pay people better, the economy will grow because people will spend money, people will invest money, people will become entrepreneurs, more businesses, more. It's not just bad government. We have bad business owners, bad wealthy people. If you own a company in Nigeria and you want to go buy a fucking Rolls Royce and you know that your employees can't afford their rent, to eat, to bathe, to use phone, you are fucking horrible. And I hope that fucking car you crash with you in it. You are fucking stupid. So when you talk about bad governance, also hold accountable to all the rich go through Nigeria and don't do anything to help the country. Fuck you guys.
I actually thought I did a better job editing that, but it'd be like that. Two things. Actually, watching this video for a second time, I actually want to touch on two things. So, for a lot of Black Americans, let this be an example on how a lot of Africans are able to match in and masquerade and cosplay as Black Americans. I want you to understand that, because at one point she was actually, because she was getting emotional, her real accent came directly, and it was heavy. Her real accent came directly out. And then once she started to pull back, calm down, you started to hear sort of like a stereotypical, type of Black American accent, that she had. Right. And I'm like, that's one of the what's the names right there. Like I said, a lot of these people, they study, right? They study the mannerisms, they listen to the voice, they listen to the cadence, and they'll start to internally work on, how it is that they want their whole thing to, come out across. The second thing I want to point on is the fact of, this is something that I've stated about a lot of African countries directly over there, those nations and whatnot, on how there's a lot of problems directly over there dealing with their government and business and everything of the sort. So again, you have, even amongst them, everybody's the same, but you got classism, right? You don't have to really deal with racism. Everybody's pretty much the same skin complexion. They got the, type of hair and all of this type of stuff, right? And you got to deal with this type of classism where you got the rich and you got the poor. And as somebody stated in my comment section, who was it? I want to say, well, it's Ball R, right? Or I want to say Baller, but Ball basically stated that the wealthy, in a sense, treat the poor Nigerians like slaves. For all intents and purposes, given her example, that's correct. Because you literally heard her state that, they pay them just enough to get by, but not enough to get rich. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. So you're keeping them in a perpetual line of servitude so that they'll just like keep running on the wheel, because they're trying to chase this thing that they can almost get to, but it's always out of range. That is crazy. And that's their own people doing that to them. So this is the thing that I want a lot of Black Americans to realize. If that is how Nigerians treat their own people in their country, how do you think that they're going to treat you when they get here and they start making these corporations, they start making these businesses and whatnot, or what? They're going to do the exact same thing. They're going to do the exact same thing. Like they'll have some of y'all up in there first, but then slowly but surely they're going to start to get rid of y'all, and then they're going to bring in their own people, and there's going to be a whole Nigerian business or a company. But again, it got the way that it was able to get because they had Black people there first. It's sort of like, if anybody knows the Red Balloon Pop show with Arletta, right? Entertaining show, right? Because I've done some live streams and videos directly on it. May even do some in the future. Two things took place, because again, those are It's an African show. I'm going to say that it's an African show, even if Black Americans have appeared there. It is a African show made by Africans, and the ones profiting from that show are the Africans by way of YouTube, IG, maybe even TikTok, and especially now Netflix. But the show got popular by way of who? Black Americans. So once the show got popular, what did they start doing? They started slowly but surely getting rid of the Black Americans, and they started putting in the Africans who don't even sound African. They're hiding their, they're masquerading, hiding their accent. They got the Black American hairstyles and the clothes, drip, whatever you want to sit up there and call it. And now they the main ones on the show, looking for love. And I'm like, ooh, I'm like, y'all did that. Y'all did that. And Black people allowed it to happen. So it's like, I can't be mad. Africans out here making money. Not even mad because Black people allowed it. Not even mad. Not even mad. It's just a shame that Black people keep allowing themselves to be used in such a way. So much so that other people are able to make money off of your plight, off of your arguments, off of the engagements that Black men and Black women basically have. And that's basically what the show is capitalizing on the divisive conversations and the attitudes that Black men and Black women have towards each other. And they turn that into a show. They turn it directly into entertainment. For whatever reason, Black people couldn't have done that. I don't know why. I would technically, it would be as ignorant as all get out, but I would rather technically at least Black people be making money off of their own plight, off of their own situations, versus somebody else who don't care about Black people literally doing it. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. But it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Oh yeah, Nightfall said, but wait, says I thought they worked hard. I thought so too. I thought so too. Obviously not. Obviously not. Obviously not. So now we're gonna go to this clip, and I just wanna say that it's crazy to know that this little white child is sick and racist at the same time. So I'm gonna play it 2 times so that people can actually catch it. So let's listen to it.
Rid of fried chicken.
I wonder.
Hospital's nice. Something you eat.
Okay, you need to calm down with that. You can't make fried chicken jokes. I don't care what condition you have.
Right? So let me play it one more time.
They freaking get rid of fried chicken.
I wonder.
Hospital's nice. Something you eat.
Okay, you need to calm down with that. You can't make fried chicken jokes. I don't care what condition you have.
Right? So that sick child, she probably going through cancer or some type of chemo or whatnot or whatever, but she ain't sick enough to not be racist. And that's a little white child right there, right? You even heard her parents in the background. They were right? Like I said, there was no correction about it. Only Black person in the room. I'm not even sure why maybe he might have been like friends of the other guy that was there. Because I'm guessing he is probably a celebrity. Yeah, because I don't know who this dude is. But he was the only white person in the room that wanted to speak out and actually say something and point out, like, yeah, that's not like funny. Like, I don't care how sick you are. Like, you don't got the right to sit up there and make a joke like that. The parents didn't care. The father's more than likely there. And like I said, this is what I'll be talking about with white people. Like, you'll have one of him that'll sit up there and say something, but the thousands or the millions of y'all would not be saying nothing. Y'all would just walk by. You'd be like, okay, well, and it was just a harmless joke. And it didn't really sit up there. Right. That's the way that y'all like to sit up there and look at stuff. Even though at the same time, y'all want to say that y'all victims too, because Black people are racist towards whites. Huh? Like that. Like I said, But as stated before, and I've said this hundreds of times, literally on this platform, maybe thousands of times, that the type of attitude that she has, being racist, look at that. just sitting up there laughing, he hawing it up, just chucking it up, chaka 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 chaka, right? And she just thinks it's just funny as all get out. I can't even give you an age range on that child. I've never seen somebody both be looking young and old at the same time. That's some diabolical work, crazy work. But you know, it is what it is. And you know, this again is why a lot of people happen to say you should watch what it is that you say, because quote unquote God is watching. And maybe God has been watching her and her family enough where they're like, you know what? Maybe let me do something real quick to teach you a lesson. Maybe you should just like slow back and calm down with, you know, trying to act and be racist. I ain't gonna hit the parents or nothing, but I'm gonna sit up there and get their kid with something. Bow. And even with that, white people still find a way to be racist. Crazy. Crazy work. Diabolical. Crazy. Man. Like Mo said, shout out to Ivan Drago. Shout out to Ivan. That's, you know, it's a man. That's the guy right there. Shout out to Ivan Drago. If you know, you know. You know. Let's go to the. Is that the next video? Let me see. Just make sure. Okay, we did that one. Did that one. We covered that one. Okay, so let me just take some of these directly down. Let me take some of these pictures down. I do got another video directly up here. I gotta upload that to you guys. I didn't have enough room earlier because they only allow you 10 spots, which I found to be stupid. It's crazy to sit up there and pay for something and then you're limited on you know, how many videos and things you can put directly up there. Crazy work. Crazy work. So let's go to this video here. And this is something that when you happen to hear it, you're going to understand how you have a lot of these old folks out here that could
Help!
Wait, didn't I put the okay, it is still there. Okay. So in this video, you're gonna basically see a black man who's filming. He's at I guess this apartment or whatever, visiting his mother. He has a key fob. Again, this is the umpteenth time that I've covered videos dealing with key fobs. This is a video I don't think I've actually seen. So for me, it doesn't matter when it happened. It's obviously of recent times because we can look at the clarity of the video and everything like that. But black man has a key fob, and you're going to hear the white woman try to make a Carolyn Bryant type of claim when it deals with this black man being in you know, this area. So let's take a look. Let me just zoom this in sort of for you guys. There we go.
Help!
Oh man.
Help! He is in this building illegally.
I can't believe you just assaulted me.
Help!
You just assaulted me.
He's trying to me.
I'm trying
to yeah, get out of here.
Me?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Help! Help!
Oh yeah, you definitely going down for this. I'm trying to you. I'm trying to her, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Watch this.
So the door's locked.
Look at this. Look at this.
Heard the key fob.
Come in. Come in.
What's this?
Come in. He doesn't live here.
What's this?
Oh, fine.
Ma'am, she just assaulted me, ma'am.
If he has a fob, he lives here. Oh, sure. Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Ma'am, and she has my vehicle blocked in. You see, I just want to witness. This is just way beyond. I'm sorry to put you on.
You need to go to the office and deal with this. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you come? I don't know who she scared me. She just assaulted me and everything. I'm scared.
Will you call 911 for me?
No, and she's no.
No, you need to go to the office and deal with this. So we call the cops. Okay.
She's trying to say I raped her.
If he truly lives here and you call the cops, you're the one in trouble, not him. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's up, or what I know what type of time this woman is on. It looked like she's going through some high flat. I don't know what she's going through. I just know that as soon as she saw somebody black, she went to default racism. She went back to the 1950s. Oh, that black is trying. He's too close. He's trying to do this to me. Get him, boys. We're going to take him to the train station. We're going to take him to the woods. Call the gang. Right? You literally. I thought again. I did a better job at actually editing. Obviously, I missed just once. But yeah, like I said before, that's some crazy work, and only. I'm going to repeat this again. Only black men have to deal with these types of lies, historically speaking. Because I know some people will be like, oh, but there's stories about all men. No, not historically. Not historically. Like I said, I got about 3 or 4 books. Right now, I can sit up there and just pull up and start reading directly from hundreds of stories where supposedly a black guy did something in a town 20 miles away, and a group of white men decided to go to that town and get said black guy. Like I said, crazy stuff. She went to the default setting, the white default setting of I'm about to criminalize, villainize, and blame this black guy. I'm like, ma'am, you do realize we can see you, right? We can see you. We literally got cameras. And this is why, I really wish if time travel was a thing, somebody black could go back in time and just film what happened when it dealt with Carolyn Bryant. I wish there was some way to put a camera directly on Emmett Till, because I promise you the story that they made up is a whole different story. Like I said, you got people out there plotting and everything like that. And I put it to you like this. You got white women like Carolyn Bryant that were very much interested in young black boys and men, especially during those times, because it was taboo. You're not just supposed to do things like that and all. Like I said, it's a whole type of what they say, excitement, exhilaration. It's a adrenaline rush. It's a whole bunch of things. Like I said, a lot of people get off on those types of things. This is why I had the conversation with y'all before, where you got groups out here where people are into certain types of race play, and they like to do all these racial slurs, these name calls. Like I said, I did a live stream highlighting some of that stuff that people have posted and whatnot. Again, this is real stuff. So I promise you, the stories that are out there, she more than likely, I bet you Carolyn Bryant was probably interested, and he was like, nah, I ain't going for that. Not at all. You're a white woman, ma'am. And after she then probably got her feelings hurt by getting shut down by a little black boy, she was like, I got you. I'm about to go get the boys and the law on you. And that's what she did. I promise you. Promise you, out of all of these stories that I sit up there and seen of white female teachers and what be happening in these high schools, 9 times out of 10, that's probably what happened. That's probably what happened. But like I said, she went to factory default setting. Let's continue.
Can I ask you a question? Why do you have my vehicle blocked?
Why are you parking out there?
That is another good question. Why, if you're so afraid of this man, why would you use your car to block him in? Like I said, she thinks that this is like the 1950s. She's like, I got him blocked in. I'm about to call the boys. I already set up there and laid the trap. I said that he tried to do this X, Y, and Z for me. So I'm waiting for the boys on the horses to show up. She keeps looking out that window, waiting for those hoods and those horses to show up, and ain't nobody pulling up.
You better get your ass out of here. Oh, now he's going. Someone else is coming here that knows he doesn't live here. You don't live here.
What building do you live in? Which one do you live in?
Tell him to get out of your way. No.
Which building do you live? Which unit you live in?
Which building?
Which unit you live in?
I need her to let that dog go.
Illegally.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you have a nice day.
Are you supposed to be in here? Kobe, no, he's not. He thinks he's
She's doing
He thinks he is. Kobe, come No. You need to get out. Yeah, you need to get out. Out. Get
Now we got two
out.
cameras.
Where do you live?
Hey.
He lives in 911. In what? 911. 911? There is no 911. No, there is not. No, he needs to get out. There is no 911.
Yeah, this woman in default set back to the 2000s. Oh my God, this woman is back during the Bush era. Oh my God, she was like, he lives in building 911. Ma'am, you talking about the Twin Towers? Like, you think this is back in like 2001? Like, oh my God, this woman, she is going back. Oh my goodness, she said that with confidence. She said that 3 times. Building 911. 9/11, 9/11. What are you even talking about? Then she sat up there and started moving like an old decrepit mummy towards the elevator. I promise you that's the most exercise she done gotten like the last 80 years. She was sitting up there moving and slow rolling. She was half a second, half a meter away from breaking a hip. I'm shocked that door even stopped when she touched it. Because if that hand would have got pressed in that door, I promise you it would have turned to dust. It would just would have been over. It would have been over. But now we got Karen number 2 directly in here. Oh my God. It's just ridiculous.
11. Oops. Hey, don't let him get out.
Y'all are definitely going.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Yeah, I see this.
Can you call the office? I am. You have? I am. And he lives in 911. Okay. All right, I'm going to call the office.
No, that.
Got in there?
No, that ain't.
He's not supposed to be here.
No, you gonna take her word over it? You don't even know the situation. You gonna take her word? Because she just assaulted me. How am I not supposed to be here and I got access to be here? I'm over here visiting my mother.
Now, I want y'all to pay attention, right? Now, he's being calm in the situation. He didn't try to talk to all of these white women here to try to just get the story straight, right? He talked to the other white woman that first came into the shot earlier in the lobby. And she was like, just go handle it with management and all this other type of stuff, yada, yada, yada. Again, she wasn't even trying to be a peacemaker, not trying to fix the situation or nothing. She was actually out of breath just from talking, just to be honest. She was out of breath from talking and just walking about 5 to 10 feet. She was all right. I'm like, ma'am, you're a cool couple of seconds away from just falling out. And that's going to be a hard fall for the building. So I'm like, you should just stop talking and get on the elevator. Even though I feel like the elevator might be a little bit too much, you might want to take the stairs, but it's just me. It is what it is. Maybe the elevator is tough enough. So we got it. So then you have this older woman here. He's trying to calmly explain to her, like, yo, this woman just assaulted me and all this other type of stuff, yada, yada, yada. And she ain't saying nothing. She just on the phone. It don't take a rocket science to figure out how to work a phone and go to phone and hit 9 911. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. But for whatever reason, I guess she might be going through the white hooded handbook real quick and just trying to figure out how to, deal with this in the current timeline and who it is that she needs to sit up there and call specifically. I'm pretty sure she got some family that's a part of law enforcement. I'm pretty sure she's looking for those numbers. She just can't, identify them real quick because the last time she had to look up something was back when we had the pink, yellow, and the white pages. And that was a while ago. So, it's a little bit different for her right now. Right. Let's keep going.
Well, there is no 9/11 here.
No, I mean, she's mistaken what unit I'm going in. Do I have to tell her what unit I'm in? She's a stranger to me.
Okay, go with her then.
No, I'm not with her. She's trying to assault me. Are you with her? She just tried to.
Hello? Hello? Who's that? Hello? Can you? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you not hear me?
Right. So that was that part of the video. I think he did have another part, and the woman came directly into like the lobby area and all this other type of stuff. My main point is this, right? My mom, she works directly in the medical field, and I can say this beyond a shadow of a doubt because she has told me, along with other black female medical professionals, that no matter how old any of these white folks get, they will always be racist. They could have dementia or Alzheimer's or whatever it is, but for whatever reason, white people can always remember racism. They could always remember to call you a quick slur. They could always, remember a racist joke or say something out of line. They can always make sure to do all of that. And the reason I'm also bringing this up is because if these people, because I promise you, let me go back to her picture. I promise you, I'm looking at her legs. That woman is probably in her late 70s into her early 80s because I remember my grandmother having legs like that. Because as she got older, she started, losing weight. On top of, her going through some things, mentally, so she wasn't really taking care of herself, right? I'm looking at this woman's legs, and it seems like she was around during the exact same time period, right? So a lot of white folks have grandparents that are in their 70s, 80s, or even some instances, rare instances, 90s. So if those grandparents are alive, just think about the kids. If the grandparents act like her, and they're doing this to one black person, just think of the tens of hundreds of black people that they've acted like this with, but they were doing this back in their youth, back when they could actually move around, back when they could actually run and try to really fabricate and weave together some tall tales. So if they were acting like that then and making up those stories and they're around in this present day, what does that then say and mean when it deals with the teachings and the indoctrinations of their kids and their grandchildren? That means that all of them are going to have the same type of mentality or something similar to the woman that you're able to see here. So like I said, white people, you're not ever going to sit up there and live down the accusations of being racist. Because like I said before, I see y'all. It is present. A lot of black people have told stories. Matter of fact, there was a black man that I showed a video of last year where he had a sit down with a retired firefighter. I guess he was on his way out. The Grim Reaper was like, it's time. The bill is due. It is time for you to pay the piper. And he sat down with a black man, and he specifically told him that when he was younger in his youth as a white male firefighter, that they would, if they got called to a house that was on fire and it dealt with black residents, that they would just sit there. They would watch those houses burn. They would allow those houses to burn. They were able to hear the screams and the cries of those black families, of those black kids, of the black men and women that were trapped inside of those homes that needed their help. So when I happen to hear stories or retellings of things like that, I always just remember, I'm like, yeah, that's white people. That's what they do. That's what they always been about. This is why, I'm not really subscribed to the whole thing of like, oh, it's not all white. Nah, 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 nah. It's way more than enough. I can tell you that. Because it's funny how it's like that firefighter, he wanted to, he felt safe enough at that moment to tell that story to that black man who didn't know him. He didn't know him from a can of paint, or he didn't owe him anything or whatnot. But he specifically wanted to sit up there and tell that story as if that was his way of like repenting, of making amends, as if, and this is why I always tell white people, it's like, don't come here crying to me, because I am not your God. I am not your church. I am not your deity. I'm not any of those things. You are not coming here for repentance. It is not going to happen, because best believe, if I was a God of any sort, oh, it's just curtains. And that's just going to be the end all to be all. Like, whatever you did in life, that's what you're going to sit up there and have to face in the afterlife. I believe that's fair. Whatever, however it is that you moved in life, that's what you're going to have to deal with in the afterlife. So, like I said before, I highly believe that a lot of white people who say that they are God fearing, they're trying to put up this type of wall or this type of thing out there in hopes that, whatever it is that they, think or envision is going to be there for them in the afterlife. Like a lot of white people feel like, hey, I'm going to see my whole family there. Your family was racist. Why would you see a whole family in heaven? Explain that to me. You know that your family got links to Germany, and they were sitting up there, running with the good old boys down south and kidnapping black people and all this. You really think that you're gonna see them at the quote unquote pearly gates? Whew, that's some crazy work. But like I said, only white people can sit up there and think like that. They can do the most horrendous things and still think that they're going to meet a good end at the end of the day. They think that the story is going to be rainbows, cherries, and gumdrops. Have them tell it. But like I said, you need something to sleep at night. So as a black man, you need me to sleep at night, because you need something to basically let you know that, hey, I'm better than, this black out here than these racist Negroes. They always focus on race and yada yada yada, right? In that instance, and then knowing the atrocities, knowing the things that you have done and how it is that the child will pay for the father's sins, you then make up this fairy tale of thinking about heaven and the pearly gates and St. Peter and all this other type of stuff, and seeing all of your family and friends and relatives there from the neighborhood. Yeah, you're going to see them all right, but it's going to be red. You're going to be dealing with some hot lava, some hot fire. Shout out to Dylon. That's what you're going to be seeing. That is what you're going to be seeing. All the sacrifices y'all did. And I want a lot of black people to think about it like this, right? Notice how white people got a lot of these pagan deities and these gods, Moloch, Baal, Baphomet, all this other type of stuff. And you got to worship a lot of these gods. You got to praise a lot of these guys. And by way of that, you got to make sacrifices. If you go through American history, and just American history, just dealing with that, look at all of the sacrifices that white people have given in order to hold their power. Just think about it for a minute, right? If in order to have a certain type of power, you have to make a certain type of agreement, and by that agreement, you have to give a certain amount of sacrifices, just think about the black community. Think about all of those sacrifices that they've given directly over by way of putting guns directly into the black community, by way of the jail and prison system, by way of the civil rights era when they wanted to firebomb and they wanted to create arson and they wanted to assassinate and do a lot of these things. Just think about all of those great deal of many sacrifices that they've made in order to hold on to the power that they have at this moment in time, which is currently slipping, because I guess that deal is coming to an end, or at least they can't make the exact same amount of sacrifices they were able to make in the beginning, because again, times change. So like I said, white people, this is you. This is all you. This is inescapable. This is something that you made for yourself. This is the bed. This is the decrepit, neurotic house that you created. And now you got to deal with it. Now you got to try to, carry on. There's no more, fairy tales that you can tell yourself. Social media is not the same. Advertisement is not the same. Forms of media is not the same. Now you have to deal with the fact of what it is that you created and how the child must bear and pay for the father's sins. Something that you realistically don't want to do. This is why you try to far remove yourself from slavery, racism, and all the things that have taken place in um, the black community by way of the government and you. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. Man. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, we got somebody back in here again. No problem. I got you. And Miguel was no more. And well, at least on my side of the screen, because I know that y'all can handle it on your side of the screen, but I still ended up seeing some stuff. So, I had to get them directly off of my side. But yeah. I don't know what he's smoking because I wasn't about to, try to pull back through there, even read through the comments. As soon as I saw Mo said Miguel, I'm like, yep, we getting you out of here. He was already at the gate. He was out at the gate several live streams ago. And he started knocking. So, he out of there. gotta pack him up. Don't even got time for it today. Don't even got time for it today. We ain't even doing it. Like I said, that's some crazy work. And that's how I started looking at a lot of things now. Right? False idols, first false, worship, the main people that always want to, like I said before, and this is why I've always had my biggest issue dealing with, religion. Like a lot of these white folks out here have created and done some of the most atrocities out here. But they're the same ones at the end of the day trying to tell black people and many others that, oh, believe in God, give yourself over to God. What are you running from? That's what I want to know, right? What are you running from so hard that you need God to repair it? That's my question to a lot of white people. What are you so fearful of? Right? What in life would make you so fearful that you need somebody that you feel is greater than you in order to save you? That means you did a lot of stuff. Like I said, we know people in the mob, right? The Italians, we know what they was doing, so we know why they was running to God, right? Usually anybody that's a gang member, there's some of the hardest religious people that you will ever see as well too. So if we know that the gang members sit up there and create, like, they do like murders and all these other types of things, what are these quote unquote ordinary white people doing that is so bad that they got to sit up there and run to religion? No, I've never seen anybody really ask that question. And I promise you, white people are not going to give a serious answer. They were like, "Oh, well, that's the family I was raised. I was raised in a religious family too. What that mean? That don't mean nothing. Next, next, what you got? What else you got for an excuse? Because that's not gonna work with me. That's not gonna fly. We are not doing that. Let me tell you, we ain't doing that here. Like I said, it's crazy. Let me tell you something. If you feel that you're condemned by your sins, that's a you problem. I'm not here to argue no Bible or to sit up there and debate. Your belief is your belief at the end of the day. So if you feel like your sins are going to sit there and condemn you, so be it. So be it. That's on you. Because like I said before, you have a lot of people out here, because I put it to you like this. You got a lot of people out here that are criminals. I put it to you like this in a different way. I promise you, she was the reason why you might have had some black people go missing, why you might have had some towns and some cities go down to not exist ever again. And yet she's still alive. But yet the innocent black people of which that she's harmed and impacted, their lives and their bloodlines ended that day as soon as she showed up. Somebody had a great question, and I guess I'll reframe it, right? A lot of people have stated, especially a lot of Christians, they always say, believe in God and all of these things, right? They always say that God is all seeing, all knowing, everything of the sort. But the question that a lot of black people have, well, not even a lot, that a few black people have wondered, because only a few black people actually question God, right? Because that's just against everything. You're not supposed to do that. Like, you're not supposed to question your parents. Some black people have stated that if God knows everything before it happens, then why sit there while black people have to suffer and go through slavery? If God is all seeing, all knowing, why sit there and allow people to go through the eras of the Jim Crow, the civil rights, the war on drugs, and all of these things, looking at the loss of life, looking at everything that is transpiring? It's like you're just sitting there allowing this to take place. And the thing that inevitably will happen is that you'll have Bible thumpers that will pull up to the scene, and they'll be like, well, that's the curse put on black people. It's supposed to sit up there and happen, yada yada yada. So I'm like, okay, so what you're telling me is, because for the black guys that happen to tell me that, so I'm like, okay, so what you're saying is, so if a white man decides to snatch up your daughter right now and do XYZ, that was something that was supposed to happen because there's a curse, right? That was just supposed to happen, so it is what it is. Because I'm like, when you try to put this into a perspective, it's like you realize how it doesn't make sense. Because like I said before, I've said before countless times that you got young kids that were just born, they end up losing their life instantly, maybe because of a drunk driver, an ice cream truck. A little kid did actually just lose his life recently, because of an ice cream truck, and a variety of other things. And I'm like, those are the most purest and innocent lives. They don't know anything about anything out here. Somebody has to explain to me why it is that they lose their lives, right? And then when you happen to ask the Bible thumpers, they were like, it's God's plan. It's above any of us. We don't know what God is thinking, or what his plans for whatnot or whatever. I'm like, man, brother, just say that you don't know. That, like I said, if people could just be honest, it would just make stuff better. But nobody ever wants to be wrong. A lot of people just want to be that person and be like, yeah, I know what it is, without technically really knowing what it is. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. It don't make, like I said, a lot of stuff out here don't make sense, but it be like that. It be like that. It'd be like that. But but like I said before, for me, as I look at white people directly out here, it seems as though that during those times, white people were able to do a lot of sacrifices so that they can hold the power that they more than likely asked directly for. Not power that they automatically had within themselves, not power that they were born with, but power that they asked of somebody else to give them. And again, with a contract, you got to make certain sacrifices. And a lot of people, what you got to understand is, people are far removed from the thing of like, okay, you got to give up your firstborn. It's like, nah, I'd rather not do that. My family's sacred. So what we're going to do is we're going to sacrifice, other things directly out there if that will suffice. And I guess whoever they went to was like, yeah, sure, no problem. But now you got to meet this certain quota. Like I said, white people not able to meet that same quota no more. So certain things start getting stripped away. So if you look at it, at one point in time, white people, they were the greatest thing since sliced bread directly out here. Undeniable. Nobody was questioning it. Nothing. And then we're in 2025 where everything is being questioned. Now you can start to deny a lot of things. Now history that was buried is starting to come forth. Now we got documentation of a lot of other things that black people have already known about, but people want to say that we were liars and fabricating stuff. But now you got to sit up there and see it yourself as well too, and own up to it. It's crazy. What was it? Rabbit said, black Christians saying black people were deserving of slavery is why I dropped Christianity. Just mental colonialism. Yeah. Wait. Colonization. I'm sorry, mispronunciation. But yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. And I understand. Like I said, I completely understand. For me, like I said, I feel like people should be on their own journey when it deals with certain things. But it's a little bit tiring when you keep getting the same answer from a multitude of black pastors, where it's like, it's God's plan. It's above us. We don't know. None of us know what God is thinking or what His plans for us are. And I'm like, oh my! Just say that you don't know. It's okay. It is okay. Just say that you don't know. Just say that you are unsure. Just say that out of all of the Bible that you studied, there is no answer for it. Just say that. Like I said, pastors can't even sit up there and just be honest. That's my problem. It's the lack of honesty. It's the playing with people's intelligence. It's crazy out here. Jam said basically we are job and are living through the times of Satan, taking out God's people. But as God said, in the end, the meek shall inherit the earth, and the meek He is talking about is us. Yo, Keyshawn, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said when you ask those same Bible thumpers why misfortune befalls them, they say it's the devil. Yeah, it don't make no sense. Like that don't make no sense. If you say that if an innocent lost life was taken away because of a drunk driver, and that was within God's plan, how do you then sit up there and say that if misfortune falls upon you, it's the devil? Nah, I mean, didn't God last time this see, and this be my problem, because last time I checked, didn't we all basically read or whatnot that, correct me if I'm wrong, because Lucifer the Morning Star, he was an angel, right? One of the most beautiful, angelic, musically inclined, whatnot, or whatever angels, right? Didn't God create the angels? The angels weren't just magically there and then God showed up. God was first and then created angels, right? So I'm a little bit confused on how people are like, the devil did it. Wouldn't that also be a part of God's plan too? Because God created Lucifer, and I'm like I'm not even trying to, because I'm about to start on a whole what's the name. But yeah, yo, RY, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sam says she got a muzzle dog too, which means that she can't control the behavior. She should really learn to mind her business and worry about her dog. Though her dog looks like he's looking for help. Yeah, technically that dog, looking at how big that dog is, I want to say that dog is pretty old. I don't really think that dog would actually really try to hurt anybody, because that dog is looking as old as she is, even though the dog looks healthier, which is crazy. And I feel like that dog needs saving. Shout out to Remy Zero, Smallville. If you know, you know. But I feel like that dog needs saving, because that is crazy. That dog should just be spending its last life, having like some steak, eating whatever he wants to eat. Like give him like some steak, some salmon, let him, run around, on a farm somewhere or whatnot or whatever. Like let him just let loose. He don't need to be confined and trapped in some old home with this woman here. The Grim Reaper is sitting right there next to her. That's why she's sitting in that large chair. You can't see him, but he's there. He's sitting right there posing with the deuces. With the scythe in the other hand, that man is chilling. Probably got a glass of lemonade Kool-Aid just sitting right in the cut, just waiting. He's like, yep, time is coming. About to punch that ticket real quick. Let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you. What was it? Sharif Wilson, what is up? What is up? He said she should go to jail for cruelty for an animal. Yeah, I'm right there with you. That's facts. You said first op he gets is over for. Yeah. I know Lucifer means bringer of light. I know that. I've technically covered that before, along with the Statue of Liberty and Manifest Destiny and a variety. Anyways, we've been through this road here and there, throughout the channel, at least a little bit. What was it? Wilson said Jack Russell's don't get that big. Yeah, it might be a little bit overfeeding, or it might be old, maybe potentially a health problem. I'm not sure. Sham said no, it's because humans free will, so we have greed. Angels do not have free will, and yes, they have faults of greed as well. which is why we have sin. They broke the balance of the universe. Wilson says she's feeding him when people feed deers. Well, people feed deers human food. Okay, I got you. D Money said, hand on her shoulder. Yeah. Kyle said because the Grim Reaper wears all black, she'll probably try to call the cops on him too. Yeah, probably so. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? The funniest thing I would love is, I love the portrayal of Anubis in that one show. I think it was American Gods. I would just love if whenever at a point in chance that like white people were just like, going through this transition, the first face that they would see is somebody black. I would love to be there. I would love just to be there to see that reaction because they're going to only be it's literally that individual, that entity, and it's them. They don't got no choir, they don't got nobody in the back, they don't got no group. It is a one-on-one. I would love to see that conversation and the amount of tears and the waterworks and the anger and the frustration and the denial and the fear, and then having to go right to the final thing of acceptance. I would love to see all of those emotions just like flood directly through because I know that's exactly how it would happen. It would be a beautiful sight. I would literally stay there. You can give me like a good 1,000 years to just be able to watch that. I would sit there, just be waiting for the next one to pull up. That would be incredible. And especially if every time they show up, they would have to see the face of somebody that they themselves or their family has done wrong. So, like I said, for each and every white person, it'd be somebody different. They would never see the exact same black person. It would always be somebody that their father or their grandmother or whatnot has harmed. And that would throw them into even more confusion because they're like, yo, what is this? I don't even know who you are. It's like you don't, but your blood knows. Your body knows who I am because of who your parents and your grandparents are. Like I said, crazy work. Woo! White people wouldn't be able to shoulder that one. Let me tell you. D Money said they'll probably ask to see the manager when they get to the pearly gates. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You said people are products of their environment. Some pity deserved when I see default judgment. I'm not sure what default judgment you're talking about. When it deals with like racism, I don't really pity. I mean, I guess in a sense of pity, I can kind of see that because it's like, don't really get angry like I used to because it's like it's the same thing over and over again. It's like, okay, racial slur, ooh, booga booga, right? So it's like, okay, so what next do you have? I'm waiting to sit up there and actually see something. What you're going to sit up there and do threats like you've normally been sitting up there doing? The only difference is you don't have like the hoods and the cloak. Okay, wizard. What else you got? Right? Because you got to go through that whole thing, and it's like, and the repertoire is pretty dry. Because like I said before, you would have thought after 400 years, people would have came up with some new material. Nothing. Got bupkis. I'm like, that's weird. But yet, people like to claim to be the creator of all. If you're the creator of all, you can't run out of stuff. Let me tell you. Mo said the last time I read, there are 12 gates in heaven. Huh. Look at that. That's very interesting. Very, very interesting. You said like people who don't know better but are racist and etc. I guess I can kind of get what you're saying. Deborah said it doesn't matter what color Jesus is, it matters. Then you've got a problem. No, it does matter. And I'm going to tell you that directly, straight up. Because if it didn't matter, they wouldn't have told you what Jesus was directly in the Bible. If it didn't matter, then white people would have actually shown the true face and the color of Jesus. But we all know what perspective does. We all know that if the real image of Jesus would be shown, then how would black people then act? How would then other people treat and value black people? If people actually saw how Jesus looked, then guess what? Things would be a little bit different directly out here. People would actually be standing up straight when they talk to black people. Because if, for all intents and purposes, right, you are what your father is, right? So then that goes into a whole nother story. And if going into it another way, right, we got the Virgin Mary. If Jesus is black, what would that then make Mary? Right? Because it was a virgin birth, right? Because Mary was a virgin, so they say. A little bit interesting because that you're not going to sit up there and tell me that a white woman would give birth to a black child. That's not how that works. Only way that that's even happening is if you got some people far along down the line that were black or heavily melanated. That's the only way that that's happening. Because just naturally, that's not anything that white women naturally do. That would be like some once in a blue moon type of thing, but that's because somebody was a slave way back when and they did XYZ with somebody else and the bloodline was diluted. So then instead of that being a dominant trait, it would become a recessive. And then here it comes, 20, lines down the tree, bam. Right. But no, it does matter. It matters. Yo, Goth, what is up? What is up? What is up? Goth said, I've known for a long time that he wasn't white. Yeah. D-Money said, your Lord and Savior is Caesar Bokar. I'm probably mispronouncing that, but you know what I'm saying. Mo said, the gates are each guarded by an angel, and their names are inscribed with the names of 12 tribes of Israel. What white folks are getting in those gates. I mean, well, there's also another group of people that said that only 100,000 people are going to make it and that they are the promised people that are going to make it. I'm like, that don't make sense. I'm like, who told you that? I'm like, who really gave you specific numbers and told you that only 100,000 out of the whole planet? You're like, only 100,000 people are going to make it and your people are of that 100. I'm like, okay. I'm like, you gassing yourself up a little bit. You're higher than helium right now. I need you to come down like the Hindenburg because you're doing a little bit too much. You're doing a little bit too much. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's you're getting on that Icarus type of level, getting a little bit too close to the sun, and the wings are going to start to melt, and you're going to have a very hard landing. You need to come down real quick. Yeah, just real quick. Some crazy work. You said God said dirt/clay, not white. What was that? ATL said the Pope and the Vatican. No, yeah, because they worship a black Madonna and baby Jesus. Yeah, they got that picture directly there in the Vatican, and so does Russia. Putin showed that off as well too. He was like, yo, this is what Mary and Jesus looked like. He was like, bam. And magically, white people around the world just ignored it. They were like, we don't see this right now. But look what these blacks did in Chicago, though. Look at this. Look at this gun violence. Any of these, far groups to the right side of the bar, they magically didn't have nothing to say. They were completely silent. I'm like, what you gonna say when Putin show you that? You can't say nothing. What you gonna do when the Vatican show you that? You can't say nothing. So you just gotta stay silent now. And you gotta act like you didn't see it. That's some crazy, like I said, the mental gymnastics that people do in order to just believe whatever is some crazy work. Like it makes no sense. So back to whoever that woman was, this is why it matters who Jesus was, because the truth matters, the facts matters, history matters. Right? I can't just sit up there and say that every single president that we had in the United States was black, and I'm not trying to hear nothing. That'll be ignorant. That will go against any history that we literally have at this moment in time, which wouldn't make any type of sense. Because I would not have any proof of that, right? But on the other end, even given the fact that it's written down in the same Bible that people happen to read, and they tell you what Jesus looked like. White people like, nah, Jesus white. In the day, we're going to put this, on our church window panes, and we're going to put this on the Bible. We're going to paint these pictures. Everybody around the world got a picture of a white Jesus, but everybody around the world says that they read the Bible or they read the Bible. Crazy work. Can't make this stuff up. Let me tell you. D Money said close enough on the pronunciation. Hey, I be butchering stuff. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Wilson said they were flabbergasted off of that one. KA said, what do you think Jesus looked like? I don't have to think. Just go back. I think what was it in? It should have been Revelations. Because I remember cracking open the back of the Bible and it said what Jesus looked like. And I was floored. Because I'm like, ain't nobody ever tell me this. And that was back when I was in a Baptist. It should have been like a Baptist school, I think it was. And I think I had like the children's Bible. Man, I just remember that Bible. I don't have that Bible no more either. Man, I had that Bible for years. Had like the little blue pages and everything. But I remember looking in the back of that Bible. And I was like, why ain't nobody? I felt like Michael off of Good Times. Sitting up there finding out the information. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me right now. I'm like, word? I'm like, this was here this whole time, and it's like y'all sitting up here and the craziest part is they would have something like that in the book, but then the picture of Jesus that they would always put in the book is white. This is why it matters. This is why the color matters. This is why the skin complexion matters, because the truth matters. And a lot of white people can't take the truth. Sham said, I don't know about them being the only ones in heaven, but pretty sure people still have to be called to judgment in heaven or resurrected, which is in Revelations as well. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Chief Wilson said Obama wasn't the first black president. John Hanson. Yeah, he was. I think if I remember precisely, he is on the back. Was it the dollar or was it a $2 bill? On one, I know he's talking about John Hanson because they got him actually on the back of one of the bills. Like you actually see him directly on there. And I was like, yo, that's cold. I'm like, and they didn't tell nobody about this? They didn't want to put this in school? I'm like, wow, that's diabolical. Kay said, didn't he look Jewish or a bit Arab? Again, go crack open the Bible. Go crack open the Bible. Go crack open the Bible. I ain't never seen a Jewish person with skin of bronze or copper. I've seen people in my family who are black that have that complexion, that have that melanin. I ain't never seen that in the Jewish community at all. Now, if you want to talk about the Jewish folks that are literally in Africa that are black, then that's a whole different topic. But I'm pretty sure you're not talking about that. They said the Bible, the Quran, the Talmud are nothing but Middle Eastern myths. Oh, okay, no problem. So Jason, no problem. That's cool. To each is their own. But that would again go to the fact of what I said before. If all of these books, especially dealing with Christianity, if the Bible is basically just like a fairy tale, that would then mean that white people, Europeans, are pagans, which means that everybody that is white that says that they believe directly into a god or whatnot or whatever is a liar. So this is why I keep trying to tell people, which one is it? You're not going to say on one end that none of these stories in these books matter, but then on the same end try to claim that you're religious. That don't make sense, because you wouldn't have a religion. Kay said, no walking, talking explanations of life at all. Said you right. I think I know what you're saying. Carl said, I remember the episode of Good Times where the portrait of the actual depiction of Jesus was in the house in Florida, wanted the white version back on the wall. Yep. Okay, sure. Yeah, you said the $2 bill. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Jason said Arabs and Jewish people are both Semites. They literally share the same DNA. I mean, that's cool. I'm still going by what it is that I read directly from the book when I was younger. I'm going by that complexion that I'm sitting up there seeing. And realistically, when I happen to see a lot of Arabs, I happen to see a lot of folks out there that's looking real European, real white. So yeah, just putting that directly out there. KA said I can't see the chat anymore. I guess that depends on where you are, I guess. Jason said I'm not religious. So that that technically goes back to the point that I said. That goes back to the to the point that I was saying earlier. But like I said, and I said this before, no matter however people decide to believe is whatever people decide to believe. That's whatever people decide to believe. And that's up to them at the end of the day. So I had to just go on them back and check something real quick. Okay, so yeah, everything is yeah, you might be on the let me see something real quick. Let me see. Let me just try to look. Because you might be coming from the other section over here. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So for Jason M and a few others, it's going to be a little bit different because I'm looking at a combined chat. So, that's why it's looking different. Oh, y'all were now. I'm sitting up here looking at something. People were getting knocked out of here. And I see why too. Let me see. In my hand court. Yeah, you just got people that was just writing stupid stuff in there. KA said, I love Jesus no matter what color skin. Like I said, that's you. I don't got time. Like I said, I'm just gonna be honest. I care. Just like I said, I don't got time. That's in the same instance where people want to sit up there and say that, I don't just care about slavery dealing with black folks. I care about all slavery. I don't got time for that. Like I said, I'm not about to all lives matter this. But as I stated before, however you want to sit up there and move and believe, if you are like, hey, I don't see color, and I just love Jesus for being Jesus and the teachings and the words and everything, that's on you. Like I said, that is on you. I'm going to sit up there and be upfront and be, directly honest about the stuff that I happen to state, so people can sit up there and take it or leave it. If you feel a certain type of way, you better talk to your God about it. If it don't bother you, cool. Like I said, I don't got time. I do not have a reason to sit up there and just magically start lying about stuff like all lives matter. Look here, I don't got time. I do not have time. Mo said exactly the ancient Judeans. Mo said the relief from the Seji of what? Lachish depicts how the ancient Hebrews look. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I probably butchered that because I looked at it real quick and I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna work out for me. But yeah, I had to sit up there and try it. But yeah, I got what you're talking about. I think I seen some depictions from some. Oh, I forgot where it was, but I remember seeing some pages from something. I remember seeing some pages and looking at like the apostles and everything. I'm like, oh man, this is a lot of black face. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, where did I get this from? I'm like I said, it's a whole mind altering type of thing when you see yourself as the representation. So this is why when white people sit up there and say that, oh, they don't care about race and color, of course you got the right to sit up there and say that, because everything has always been about you. The highest thing directly out here when it deals with God, you imagine God to look like you. You imagine Jesus to look like you. So of course you're going to sit there and say that color doesn't matter. Because in your world, that's not a main factor. That's not a representation of anything that really moves any type of weight. It's only white. So yeah, it'd be like that. Um Sham said, if you spend your time pretending that you don't care what color he is or what he looked like, how will you know him when he comes? Yeah, and that's true. And this is why somebody said that if it was a moment in time that Jesus were to come back and he showed up as a black man, there would be a variety of things that would happen with white people. All of them are bad. White people would be losing their minds. Some white people would how can I sit up there and say this? They would ornamentarize themselves, I guess you could say, or Alec Baldwin themselves. Other white people would try to do things, commit some acts and some crimes that are not good, that would not be godlike. It would be a lot of things that would happen, and it would be bad. And it would be at the point in time where you would normally hear in movies why it is that the government would not specifically tell us the truth about a lot of things, because they know that the greater majority of America would freak out if they actually knew the honest truth about certain things. So yeah, if white people actually knew or were able to see that Jesus is indeed black, oh yeah, they're losing faith instantly. The church is automatically falling apart. It was like, yeah, we're not believing this. I'm not believing or worshiping a black Jesus. We're not doing. Whoo! Let me tell you, it's gonna be something. And like I said before, this is why I want a lot of things to sit up there and happen, because I would have rather a lot of white people actually be honest versus lying. Like I'm tired of lies. I'm tired of lies. And I'm talking, I don't care if Democrat or Republican. I'm tired of white people lying. Just be honest. When Trump, the most honest white people have ever been was when Trump first got into office. That was the most honest white people have ever been in a very, 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 very long time. And that's why, like I told y'all before, that's why I originally liked Trump in office, because it allows white people to just have that unbridled honesty without, in a sense, being fearful of repercussions, because they know that they have other like-minded people out there that will support and enable the behavior and keep them employed as well too. Because there was tons of people that were found to be racist and they were white business owners, and white people were like, oh, this is how you really think. No problem. We're going to sit up here and we're going to support your business, and we're also going to donate to the cause. And white people were literally doing that. And it got to the point, I told people this on social media during that year, I was like, it's gotten to the point where instead of white people getting canceled, they're becoming celebrities, and they're instantly gaining and garnering fans and support from all over because of their actions. And I'm like, that is crazy. I'm like, I thought this was a bad thing, but obviously not. And this is when you started having more and more white people come out, and they wanted to be as racist as all could be. And every time they came out, hey, we going, white people were just like sliding them 5K, 10K, 15K, 20K. So it paid to actually be racist out there in the open. Crazy work. Diabolical. Mm-mm-mm. So you got a shooting on a Florida State University campus in Tallahassee that sent 4 people to the hospital. So that's another. I just opened up my phone and I just read that directly off. So that'll be another story that you guys will probably hear or see directly on social media. So let me just repeat that again. You have a shooting at Florida State University campus in Tallahassee that sends at least 4 people to the hospital. That's crazy. That is crazy. That makes no sense. I don't even know how that even, like I said, I need a lot of these white schools and whatnot. Y'all need metal detectors. I'm just gonna be real. A lot of these college campuses and these schools all over the country, y'all just need metal detectors. That would help out with a lot of things. Not saying that it's 100%, but at least it's something. Something's better than nothing. You know, I remember having to at one point walk through metal detectors. That was the weirdest feeling for me. And I think only did it about school wise twice in my life, I think. And I think at one point we actually had a checkpoint. If I remember correctly, I think at one point we did have a checkpoint where they would check our book bags. And they had like, you know, the metal detector, check our book bags and whatnot. Because at one point you did have to come to school with clear book bags. Maybe they should bring that back. Maybe that's at least one way to sit up there and stop some of this nonsense from carrying on, is if they start making it mandatory across the United States that your child has to have a clear book bag. Just saying, food for thought. Or maybe they might have to start wearing like clear jackets. Like I said, something. You gotta start doing something. And I'm saying that the former two recognize Jesus as a prophet, just not the Son of God. No, I get what you're saying. What was it? Let me just highlight you. I mean, even though this is probably like a troll event during at this moment in time, no problem. So Frank said, first of all, my mods are not racist. Number two, you said that you were saying that you didn't care about slaves in Africa. I like how people this. I know that you're white, or at least not Black American, because whenever I happen to make a statement, somehow y'all pull directly back up to the scene and y'all want to reword stuff, and you can't specifically state things verbatim. What I specifically stated, well, I probably said a multitude of things, but one of the things I made sure to state is that the slavery that's happened in Africa, that's an African problem. That's not my problem. Even though even on my own platform, I've showcased it. Even though on a variety of other platforms, Black Americans have talked about it. It's really not our problem because we're not specifically going through it. Like how Black people were going through civil rights, we were going through slavery and all these other types of things. Where was the whole world when that was happening? Nowhere to be seen. So again, it's a little bit weird where people try to put this responsibility on Black Americans to magically care about other people's plight or the things that they're going through, when the world didn't care about what it was that Black people were going. The world didn't come through to save Black people in America. Nobody came through. Nobody did. But yet, like I said, y'all want to pull up to the scene and try to grandstand as if y'all actually care about human beings, and y'all don't. You barely even care about yourselves. So it's like, what are we talking about? So let me highlight another person. Again, I don't understand. Like, this is why I keep saying that y'all be pulling up to Black channels, because y'all want attention. Because at the end of the day, whoever in your life is not giving you attention, you come directly from us so that you can siphon it and get a little bit of something that you're missing. Because it's bewildering to me that as a grown adult that's more than likely older than me, you want to come up here, you be like, you're so negative. But yet I literally titled the video, "It's always about race and more," right? So I showed off videos that had to deal with race. It was negative. Like, what are we missing the main point of the videos that were posted? Like I said, it's crazy how people want to complain about me, but yet I literally got racist trolls and whatnot that pull up to the comment section, but somebody like this never is there or has anything to say. Like I said, y'all do this every single day. And then y'all want to run your mouth and try to soapbox with your chest fully out and try to posture as if you care about something, as if you are holier than thou, as if you just move differently, and you don't. You 100% don't. And then you got the nerve to try to sit up and you're so negative. I'm out of here. You could have saved all that time and effort and just left, like I said to the other to the woman that pulled it to one of my videos. Yo, just leave the same way that you came in silence. I didn't even know you existed up until you let me know you was there. Again, seeking and looking for attention from me. Crazy work. And then you want to sit up there and clown around and start talking about like my mom's being racist. My mom's ain't racist. They ain't racist at all. If you say something stupid, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So they either gonna talk right back to you, or you're gonna be hitting another pair of gates. It won't be pearly, but you're gonna hit another set of gates real quick. It's either one of the two. The choice is yours. You can do this the easy way, or we could do this the hard way. Yeah, Tom. I'm here for Chris Handsome. Yeah, Chris. Oh, yo. Shout out to the Boondocks. Let me tell you. Man, Boondocks is something else. That is crazy work. Kay said, are you saying me? Huh? I'm a little bit. No, there was another K. Well, the one that's highlighted. So no, I was talking to somebody else. See, this is why it's very difficult when a lot of people got like similar names and you technically just want to go by like the first letter, but then you realize that other people have the exact same thing. So yeah, it's So no. I was talking about the person that was actually above you. You probably can't see them though. Yo, what is up, Tippy? Nothing much. Nothing much at all, Tippy. Just going over some racism. Jake said, yes, many people denied that Jesus was the Son of God. Frank said, you should stick with defending Carmelo. Religion is not your bag. I could talk about religion or whatever it is that I please. So, yeah. Like I said, I don't got to be a theologian to be able to talk about religion. I can just go by life experiences, things that I've read, things that I've seen. Like I said, you making it seem like I got to be some type of like expert. You got people out here that have read the Bible for like the last 20 or 30 years, and they still not experts. Color me surprised on that. That don't make no sense. There is no education out here where it's going to sit up there and take you 30, 40, 50 to 60 years to sit up there and like master that one book. Crazy work. Like I said, we got doctors, surgeons, neurosurgeons, phlebotomists, whatever you want to put out there dealing with the human body. And they don't, it's not sitting up there taking them like 20, 30 years to be proficient, in that field and learn everything. Nah. So, yeah, I'm good. But it's cool. That's the topic you don't like me talking about because for some odd reason, I guess you're getting like offended by it or whatever, but it'd be like that. Let's see what else we got. Many just didn't or don't believe. You got the seat line. Somebody said crazy work. Tippy said I saw a video of a church in the UK. They have a portrait of Mary, and I think she is black. Yeah, that'd be a rarity. That would be a rarity. Frank, I just want you to know, you calling me racist does nothing. It doesn't hurt or harm or move me at all. It's just boring. Just to be honest, like seeing you just like say that, I'm like, I might as well just like, just be streaming myself playing Tetris 99 right now because I'm like, you're not saying nothing. Like that doesn't do anything. I've heard your people call me way worse, and then I got used to it, and then it's like, okay, what next? What next? It's crazy. Jason said Tallahassee is a majority black city, and FAMU is right there. So black men are predators. So I'm not sure how black men and predators became a deal. The greatest predators directly out here are white men. Don't make me pull up the story with the 80-year-old white man who had tons of images directly on his computer. Please don't make me go back and have to do like a nice 30-minute video, 45 an hour-long video talking about the white men in your communities that got all of these images, that be sending all of these text messages, that do all these meet and greets and all this. Please don't do that to yourself, because I did it before and I got time. I got time just like I had time years before to sit up there and do it. Please don't do this to yourself. Because I didn't, and that won't even take me that long to sit up there and look up. Literally, there was, as soon as, matter of fact, do I still got that story up here? Hold on, because we want to play games out here. Hold on, let me see something. Where is That's if I still got it up here. Wasn't it dealing with the judge? Nope. Was it on People Magazine? Nope, it wasn't that one. This one, Hutchison. Let me see something real quick. Just real quick. He was just one of them, but let me just. That's one of them, but it was another story directly up there because magically people want to pull up to the scene and play games. This is what men in your community be sitting up here doing, because you wanna try to roll up here and call black men predators. I keep trying to sit up there and tell y'all, let's not do this. Historically, it's always been you. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Like that's some crazy work. Let me get the other one, because I found the other video. The other one I was sitting up there looking for. Let me see. I gotta make sure to just block out words, because YouTube is sensitive about certain things. Let me see that, and then I'm just gonna lock out that other part. Let me just make sure. Here's images, crime, public safety. All right. Because it's like, it's crazy out here. Like, y'all always want to pull up to the scene and y'all think that we don't know. Y'all think we don't know. Explain that to me. Why would you have an old white man in your community, or I'm sorry, communities, doing something like this? Right? I'm just saying. Just saying. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Man, you know the funniest thing is, I'm sitting up there like looking at some of this stuff real quick that people want to sit up and write, dog. You don't even care yourself about what it is that you're talking about. Like, if you actually want to talk about Africa so much, I would actually expect you to go over there. But you're not even trying to do that. That's the craziest thing. Da da da. Let me see, sure. Let me see. What else we got? Let me see. Said the world didn't care about slavery for hundreds of centuries. It's been a class thing. I'm not, but see, that's the thing though. I'm being very specific when it deals with Black Americans because for whatever reason, everybody wants to tell Black people to shut up when they mention or talk about slavery or whatever atrocities historically took place to them in the United States. But when it deals with anybody else around the world talking about the things that they've been through, nobody tells anybody else to shut up. Like I said, there's a point for why it is that, I'm talking about these things or bringing these things up. Let me see. We got Miss Anderson in the party. What is up? Not the party, Jesus Christ. We got Miss Anderson in the chat. What is up? What is up? What is up? Finally pulling up to the scene after finally waking up. Look at that. Amazing. Amazing. You said all I do is block you every time. This is the thing. Hold on, let me just show you something real quick. You do realize that if I was blocking you, you wouldn't be able to talk. So either A, you're fabricating on getting blocked, or number two, you just seemingly have 99 backup accounts. So which one is it? But like I said before, anybody else that want to pull up to the scene talking about Black men being predators, y'all need to go explain what y'all grandparents doing out here. And like I said, it won't take me that long to sit up there and just find some stories. It does not take time at all. No hard work at all. Let me see. What else we got directly up here? Wait. So what is Frank's ethnic background? Nobody knows. ATL said happy Black Media Month at SEIJI. Much love, respect, and appreciation. D Money said Frank is the most consistent troll I've ever seen. Yeah, that is dedication. There's only a few other names that I know of that would be in a close second, or trying to go for first. I don't even know which one. Oh wait, Shan, which one are you? Let me check. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Where's she at? Okay, so that has to be the other one. Okay, I got you. Ooh, almost hit the end stream button by mistake. Let me tell you, that was going to be a horrible mistake there. I would have had to reboot that right back up. And that would have just looked crazy because I'm like, that wouldn't make any sense because then it would be like a few, minutes or whatnot directly there. Got you right there. All right. All right, so now that is directly up there. Let me see. I'm gonna miss anybody else if they're on the channel just in case. Nope, should be good. You can look at where. Wait, you can look at what the brothers and cousins do. You don't have to go that far. I think I know what you're talking about. ATL, let me see. My folks act like they don't see them when they do. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Yeah, I had to figure out which one you were directly speaking on. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, which side are we on right now? Couldn't even tell you. But yeah, it's like I said, it's crazy. And when you happen to, it says same for Black people, calling whites racist means nothing. No, actually it does have meaning because it still stands because of the system that we currently actually live in. And the fact that I can still bring up videos in like do I got the video still up here? This white woman. Firstly, like I said before, this white woman, because I think somebody might have maybe like blocked Jason. I don't know. But like I said before, this white woman is 100% racist because she saw a black man and automatically was like, "Oh, you don't belong in this building," even though he has a key fob and said that he's visiting his mother. Number two, she blocked his car directly in so he cannot leave the premises. And then number three, she wanted to sit up there and falsely claim that he was trying to go after her. But you're going to sit up there and racist. It has nothing to do with 2025. It's this, is that. You guys always talk about being victims, and this black man is a victim by way of this white woman trying to make these ridiculous claims, these ridiculous ass claims that we've always been sitting up there talking about, that y'all just idly sit by and allow. These are your grandparents. These are your people in your community. But yet when we sit up there and consistently talk about this and show videos, you guys want to skirt or skate directly by and don't got nothing to say. You act like this doesn't exist. Oh, this is just a one-off situation, and it's not every single white person. I myself, I don't got no time to hear that. Because you probably got racists directly in your family right now. And you ain't doing nothing to sit up there and correct them. You probably got people in your family right now that got a treasure trove of artifacts from yesteryears dealing with black communities that once were, on top of other types of artifacts. And you think you're going to get rid of those? You think you're going to try to right those wrongs? You ain't going to do nothing. You just going to sit there and just allow it to be. It's crazy. You know, the craziest thing is the projection. When you have a lot of people historically that have done certain things directly out here, they want to project their feelings onto other people. Because the thing I've noticed about white people is that you guys are afraid of dealing with certain things by yourselves. You feel that, oh no, I'm not going to be by myself. I'm taking somebody down with me. Like a case in point, look at the United States. You guys cannot bear the brunt of what it is that you have done and created in this country and around the world. So you're trying to take everybody with you by any means necessary. That's crazy. Like I said, instead of white people actually doing some hard work for once and actually fixing the country, you would rather it go directly down the toilet. Because you're like, we're not just going to be responsible. This is just not us. We're not the only ones that live in this country. Everybody lives here. So if everybody's not going to put a hand in it and basically fix this situation, then we're all going to suffer. No, well, if we're going to suffer, you're going to be suffering first. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're going to be suffering first. But like I said before, it's great that people will roll up every single day and decide that they want to, try to call me racist. Okay. Like I said, I stand 10 toes down directly on what I stated before. I'm prejudiced. It's all get out. We can have that discussion. But like I said before, and I'm going to repeat myself again, if I was racist, why would you want to talk to a racist? Why would you want to be on a racist platform? Why would you want my attention? Why would you want my acknowledgement? Again, that doesn't make any sense. You don't sit up there and see me going to any neo groups. You don't see me going to any far right groups. You don't see me going to any white hooded, type of blogs or whatnot or whatever, trying to let them know that I'm here. I'm not doing none of that. I mind my business. Those white people are on that type of time. I'm minding my business and going the path that I'm supposed to be going on. But like I said before, when the actual racists pull up in these live streams, Frank has nothing to say. Complete silence. Just like the many others that came before Frank. But oh no, let a black dude start sitting up there talking about certain things, he's racist. Again, I showcased an image such as this, and I still get called a racist. I get called problematic, but yet you're looking at a white man that committed this act, right? I sat up there and showcased another image of an 81-year-old white man that sat up there and did even more and I'm problematic and I'm racist. I'm the thing that's wrong. Like I said, that's what I be trying to tell people. White people, y'all don't care as much as y'all say that y'all care about stuff, because when I post this stuff and I do videos and I try to inform y'all about these things, and if these people are getting out or not, y'all be silent. Y'all be pulling up to those videos like how y'all pull up to these live streams or other videos that I happen to do. It's crazy. That don't even make sense because I literally put both of the images directly up there. Crazy work. So what else we got up here? Let me just try to go directly down there. Somebody say, "Man, to the shadow realm." Yeah, it'd be like that. Okay, let me see. Oh, what you talking about? You been? Oh. So you just been here the whole time? But when I sat up there and sent you messages on, hold on, wait, no, you gotta get highlighted. Nah. So when I sent you messages of talking about playing Call of Duty and whatnot, I got no responses. See, that's some crazy work right there. That's diabolical right there. That's crazy. So let me just let me just take this image down, right? So we ended up having a match because, like I said, I can sit up there and be honest, right? Like I told you before. So we had the Call of Duty. I did actually record it. We had the Call of Duty match, and it was 20-18. Her way. Like I said, I can admit, when I sit up there and lose direct matches. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know that I can actually switch and change the pre-made guns that were already there. Did not know that at all. And once I realized that, I started catching up real quick because I thought I had to use the standard issue guns. I'm like, dog, I got to use the very first shotgun. I'm like, oh, this is not happening right now. I'm like, man, this is going to be an uphill battle, and I already knew it was. But when I realized, I was like, oh, I could actually like swap weapons, and I could sit up there and go with the build that things started switching up real quick. Things started if I would have been able to know that when the game first began, it would have been worlds different. But like I said, you got that one. AKA your son did a very great job on Call of Duty. Beautiful job, excellent job. Now, when Miss Anderson stepped into the realm of pubs, for those who are not into gaming, that would be public games. Somebody was at the bottom of the leaderboards, and I ain't gonna specifically say who. I just know that I can't look down that far, from the mountaintop that I was on. It's just some crazy work out there, just diabolical. I don't know. It's crazy. But yeah, it's crazy. Oh, we got a new area in here. What is up? Yo, Ty, what is happening? She said, now Seiji, that dog is giving me nightmares. Oh, yo. Oh my goodness. Miss Ivory said they quick to watch slavery movies, but blacks have been quiet about it. Oh yeah, they are quick. Yeah, that's true. 100%. That's true. Kay said, hit the like button. I say this because I didn't. And oops. That is hilarious. Gail said, heritage, not hate. That is bars. Sharif said, Frank ain't say one thing about it. Yeah, he didn't. And they sit up there and they duck every single. Like I said before, I can actually address it. I can give a little bit of a care, and I could like, yo, let me take out some time and do a video and address this situation. White people don't be showing up, and I know that more times. Well, I'm talking about dealing with like the numbers. A lot of the people that are more than likely subscribed are a variety of people. Of course, I got black people here. But I can sit up there and tell you a lot of those people are white directly up there in those number boards. And they were here for like one reason or another. And then, like I said, I expect it because I'm like, all right, so if y'all actually want some information, y'all want to know about like some real type of news and stuff, no problem. Let me give y'all some stuff that details what's happening in your community so that you can be made aware so that you know how to navigate this stuff, protect yourselves and your families and whatnot. White people don't be showing up for that. And these are the main folks that be sitting up there telling me like, yo, why y'all got to focus on race? Why is everything about race? I'm like, I got you, cool, no problem. Let me give you some white stories real quick. Let me throw that directly at you so that we can have a conversation about that. So we can figure some stuff out. I ain't even trying to do that. So like I said, that's how I know, a lot of these people out here, they're not really about that life of actually even caring about their own community. They just want a soapbox. Like I said, it's crazy. Miss Anderson said, yeah, but I'm at work. I'm talking about when you wasn't at work. I ain't trying to hear no excuses. I ain't trying to hear that. Sham said, I think I have remnant. Why? Wait. Sham, are you talking about remnant from the ashes? And if you are you talking about remnant 1 or 2? Because I have both of those games. Just in case if you need help. I do have both of those games. I think it might be crossplay as well, too. I would have to check. Let me see. Wilson said, but when you address their own people and our fault, they have so many words to say. Yeah. I don't even know what that even means up there. You said, I've been here for 3 seconds and you're already talking about race. I'm black. It's like I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit. Am I not supposed to? Am I not knowing the fact that I wake up every day and I see the skin that I have? Am I not supposed to talk about race? I'm a little bit confused. Maybe if I was like transparent or clear, right, or didn't I lacked color, maybe then I would get what your point would be. But that doesn't make any. Like I said, I'm at least going to be honest. If I'm going to talk about color, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to talk about color and reasons why. I wake up and I see myself every single day. So yeah, I'm going to sit up there and talk directly about color. So yeah. Tippy said, "Is Remnant a horror game?" Not exactly a horror game, but it has some things directly in there. And then you said what? Let me see that. What was the comment? And then you said, and then started talking about the let me tell you some white stories. So that's again, you just came in here 3 hours and like 36 minutes. Whatever. Sham said, let me check if I have it. I have so many games. If I don't though, I'll play with you on Steam for PC. Okay. ATL said it's a team shooter, Souls like, but with guns. Yeah, that's the best example that I got for Remnant. I didn't know what to exactly, put it in category, but yeah. But yeah, if y'all got Remnant 2, yeah, we can that should be like 3 players. Because I already went through there and beat the story before. I would just have to, go back through it and get, some of the new items and stuff that's there. But I think I have all the DLC. I would have to go back and check. D Money said, well, it's in the title. Yeah. Yep. She said, sounds like another. Yeah, it probably is. Sam said, I like all kinds of games, so it's all good. Don't worry about the genre. Okay. Let me see. Noir said, I can't stand trolls who say dumb ish. Yeah, it'd be like that. What was it? Yeah. Stefan said, always talk about why you bring up race and then still talking about Carmelo Anthony. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure where This person is. I don't even know. This is looking like a whole nother situation that we had before, where somebody started writing comments and they just went from I kind of see what you're saying to like now I don't even know who you're even talking to right now, and I feel like this is just a bot. Because I'm looking at these comments, I'm like, this is just looking stupid. To be said, they like to say racism will end if we black people stop talking about it. So let the atrocities continue to happen to black people, but just don't talk about it. Yep. You said I got time when I'm off today. I'm here till 12 though. Okay. I will of course more than likely be up to play some good old Call of Duty. Hopefully people ain't falling asleep and passing the controller to like their son, nephew, cousin, uncle, great uncle, and all of that stuff. Hopefully you're not doing that, because like I said, you had me in the first half. You won that first match. Congratulations. You can clap that up real quick. But yeah, I don't know what was happening in pubs though. That was diabolical work. I was like, man, I had to put on some shades. I needed some binoculars. I'm like, oh my God, who is that at the bottom? I'm like, Jesus Christ. It was like you was sitting at the base of the mountain with them scores. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. Let me see. Timmy said, yeah, that makes sense. LOL. Let me see. She said, pass the stick to the sun. Oh man, Sanders was like, "Nah, that's diabolical." Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's crazy work. Let me tell you. Because at first I'm like, you know what? What should normally happen when people like verse each other is that people do rematches. But I'm like, nah. I'm gonna sit up there. She can have that directly. She can have that championship belt right there. I'm just gonna take all the rest of the public matches that we normally sit up there and do. I'm just gonna make sure if I'm not in at pretty much the top of the 1, 2, 3 spots, that my score is gonna be at least better in pubs. And I did that. I did that successfully, win or lose. So I'm like, I'm good. He was like, you got jokes. Hey, it ain't, and we talking about real life. we talking about real life out here, Miss Hanson. Real life, real life. It be like that though. It be like that in those Call of Duty streets, People be talking a whole bunch of mess. It's like, yeah, I can sit up there and play. And as soon as they sit up there and start playing, all of these excuses start coming. Yo, why you at the bottom of the boards? And then you was calling me a camper? You said I camp with the hold on, let me. Now I gotta hold on. Let me go here. Let me see. Somebody. Oh wait, y'all must be talking about the dude above or something. Let me see. Well, I guess somebody sent it to the shadow realm, but yeah, straight bot. Like I said, I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, I don't know what type of stuff you're talking about there, buddy, but you are on your own. Let me see if I can actually pull this up real quick. Because I think that would mean I would actually have to open OBS. So it might actually, or could I? Yeah. I would still have to open OBS for it. Dun 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 dun. Do. Let me see. I think we can share window, or would it be share screen? So well, see, I'm not trying to do like the full screen like that though. Yeah, I think I'll just stream it from OBS. I think I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do the virtual camera. I'll do that. I forgot. So because I'm doing a virtual camera, that means yeah. So I gotta let me see. I think where's my what's the name? Where's my controller? Yeah, because I couldn't believe. Oh, so for a lot of people out there, you can technically have placeholders. I'm not sure if you can do this on PlayStation, but you can have placeholders. So if any gamers out there know what Marathon is, which is this game here, which is the new shooter that's going to come out, it's going to say that I don't have but you can download the placeholders for a lot of games. I like the background actually. Oh, if you don't know about Marathon, I would actually recommend you go watch the videos that they got 15, 25 minute and other videos Dylan Marathon. So I tell you to, go check that out. Pretty dope game. Pretty dope. Got to go past this real quick. We're not going to hear any sound because I don't have that enabled on this scene here, so that's why it sounds like that. Black Ops Tribute. What is that? Black Ops theme. I can't even read that from here. I thought they didn't start up until like 10 days. Okay, so you get loyalty rewards, access to new specialty weapons, Okay, so you get like the nail gun and different stuff like that. So I'm guessing we got to get points. Okay, I'll do that today. All right, I got you, no problem. We can do that. But yeah, magically for whatever reason, we had Miss Anderson here wanted to call me a camper. I'm trying to. Oh, that look kind of. I actually like the background, and I might have to get that. Wait, let me see the black dude. Let me see. See, I like. I would have to get it because I like the aesthetics of it. I like the cartoon type of like feel to it. It's kind of dope. Where are the stats? Because I'm trying to. Hold on. Make this a small screen, and it sucks at the moment. So I did actually get my shotgun back up to diamond again after I was robbed in whatever update. Because if I look at my assault rifles, all of them are 5 out of 6, and I'm like, nobody in their right mind would literally stop from finishing off a gun, and they would leave it at 5 out of 6 for all weapons. That's just insanity. That just wouldn't make any type of sense. But let me see. Challenges, progression. Wouldn't it be progression? Nope, not level unlocks. Not that. Would it be battle pass? Nope. Wait, wouldn't it be challenges? I don't think it's in challenges. I forgot, or is it? Wait. Let me see. It's not mastery badges. Would it? Well, whatever. So basically, going through my weapons, right? Because Miss Anderson wanted to call me a camper. I'm like, yo, I ain't never said I ain't one of those, those pub players that be sitting in the corner, inside of a building or a farm or whatever, just waiting for just guarding like, two different what's the names, is sitting there the whole match. I ain't never do that. The amount of kills, technically, I would have a lot more kills with the shotgun, but I technically stopped playing back in, what was it, like December? And because I already, I pretty much finished off the weapons that I wanted to finish off, and I was waiting for, some more stuff to come directly on the game. But there is no way in the world I'm rolling through with the kills that I got on these shotguns and also the LMGs just by, sitting there in one spot. I would have got caught real quick. So, Miss, Anderson, I need where are your stats? Oh, that's right. You don't got no stats because you ain't really been up on there like that. So yeah, it's crazy. It's diabolical work. Because I got numbers. We got numbers on the boards. We got numbers on the boards. Wait, can y'all even see that? Let me see. How far? You still can't even sit up there. See, that's the because Tippy always talking about like, yo, you should sit up there and like stream. This is technically how the screen would be looking. And that's only because of how we're streaming, like right now, how I normally sit up there and stream. So I would basically have to stretch this screen here, put this like down here, I think, and then have a whole nother screen. Like it would have to be stretched from like my point of view. But yeah. And then I would have to have a second screen. Trust me, I think I'm going to do a little bit of research and I'm going to see how much it's going to cost for me to just get the little bar to put directly on the desk. Put that, slap that together, and then have. I'm probably going to try to find another one of the screens that I have, the exact same one, and have both screens directly up there. So that way, I don't have to do the switching in the back. I could just go from 1 to 2, and I'll probably have the screen I'm looking at now with you guys above, and then the gaming screen will probably be at the bottom, or figure out a method, to the madness, whatever. But yeah, Miss Anderson, yeah. We got numbers on the boards. We got numbers directly out here. Now I will sit up and tell you my worst game that I had that happened yesterday. Let me see if I can go back. Would it be? Yeah. And then hold on. Okay. So yeah, let me go back here. This is what I was really looking for, right? So I want people to understand. I'm a type of person. I like shotguns, as you can clearly see, right? I like shotguns and LMGs. These are my numbers. So out of the games, normally I would have probably about like a good 5,000-10,000 games if I would have stayed on this as religiously as I normally would have, or normally on Call of Duty. But this is what I got, right? 908 wins, 660 losses, right? I got a 1.38 KD. Simple. Kills, 35K. 35K. Miss Anderson, where you at? Because talking a lot. Wait, Tippy said I can't hear nothing. Yeah, no, the music and stuff, because I don't have it specifically set to run the sound, because I just wanted to do like a quick, scene switch. That's why there's no sound directly to the game. I wasn't like actually trying to stream the game. Like in a sense. Wait, what time is it? It's only like 4:49. I don't know. But yeah, I wasn't trying to stream the game. I was just sitting up there showing off some stuff because Miss Anderson was sitting up there talking real slick. Word, Tippy, talking about some Rick. Tippy, don't have me start. Tippy be another person sitting up there talking mad mess. That's a whole nother person right there. What? You said look at all the explaining. You talking about look at all of those facts. Those are numbers. Clear cut on the boards, ma'am. Numbers on the boards. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me do this another way. Let me make this larger so you can see what a real player. This is coming out of retirement. Played over 1,500 games. And like I said, these aren't the normal numbers that I would, have on call. I would have way more matches. I think in one of the previous Call of Duties, I think I had one of the shotguns that I had about like 15K kills directly on it. So yeah. We about that life. But yeah, if anybody does happen to get on Call of Duty shotgun wise, I would recommend the ASG. And that's solely due to the fact of the amount of ammo that it can hold. You do gotta have a little bit of a trigger finger directly in it. You gotta, deal with the hip fire, aiming in, hip fire, and different things of that nature. But I would recommend that over the other two shotguns that we have. The third shotgun, I forgot the name of it. It only has about 15. I'm sorry, I think 14 shells directly on it, and I think at one point it might have had 20. And they be nerfing stuff just like they nerfed the dragon's breath, directly on there. So it's crazy. It's diabolical. So let me see. I'm going to get that one directly up out of here real quick. You said I went to sleep after whooping you. It took. First of all, wait. So what you're saying is you got. So that must have been like the first win like you ever got in your life. If it took that much out of you, like that's some crazy work. That is diabolical. We got wait, what was that? DSB gifted 5 SEIJIHITO singer. Wait. Oh, that's dope. I didn't even know you could do that. Shout out to DSB. I didn't even know you can. As soon as it said gifted, I'm like, wait, gifted 5 memberships. I'm like, how do you even sit up there and do that? Shout out to DSB for those gifted memberships. I did not even know that was even a thing. That's some I don't even know what to say on that one. Yo, that just threw me. Shout out to DSB. Shout out to your whole bloodline directly out there. That's cold out there. That's cold. That is cold. Matter of fact, let me see. Man, I wish I can actually highlight that a multitude of different ways. Like I said, that's dope. I didn't even know that was even a thing. And I'm not even sure how to properly tell people to use that. Because so gifted 5 memberships, which means that anybody here could basically be a member for whatever allotted time that you ended up getting. That is crazy. I only hear about stuff like this on Twitch. I'm just going to sit up there and be real. I've only heard stuff like this on Twitch, and it's crazy to be on YouTube and actually. Okay, so you said it gives you an option to gift members. Wait, so how? Wait. Now I gotta now I gotta go through. Hold on. Wait. Now I gotta go through. I gotta figure out which channel real quick. Let me check this one. Okay. So I see that. How do I? Oh, okay. So now I see it. So because I see new era. Okay, so I see a lot of people that's green now. Yo, that's cool. That is dope. I didn't even know that was DSB. Let me tell you, I done been on YouTube for a long time, and I didn't even know that was even a thing. Like I said, I did not even know that even existed. Like that is wild. So you just taught me something new. Shit. I don't even. Yo, that is crazy. YouTube was like, "Yo, man, you got 5 new members. That is diabolical." That is dope. That is pretty dope. Let me see. Is there a way I can I can't highlight that on this channel either like that, really? Man, I can't even hit like a like button or something. Like I really would want to highlight that like in a whole different way, and I can't. Matter of fact, I'll probably just put it on the front of on like the community tab. After I get done, I'll make sure to do that because that's dope. That is pretty dope. Like I said, and also much love and respect to everybody that always pulls through to support like the live stream and whatnot in a variety of ways that y'all just so happen to do it because wouldn't be able to do the things that I do every single day without people like you. That is dope. Oh, this man just throw out another one. Yo, that's cold. That is cold out here. Yo, let me tell you something. I feel like I'm on Twitch right now. Yo, that is crazy. I've never seen that before. That is some crazy stuff out here. That is dope. That is cold. Let me tell you. Yo, shout out. Got everybody give some love to DSB. That is crazy. I got to make sure to actually catch this one too. Let me see. I might actually have to. Let me see. I got a screen cap. The screen moved. Hold on. Let me see. All right, right there. Capture that. Bam. And then I can capture the top chat right there. There we go. There we go. All right, so I got that. Yeah, so I can add that to the. I'll make a post about that, and add that directly to the community page to give you a shout out. Matter of fact, you know what? Let me hit that exception real quick. Let me just let me see. Dun, 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 dun. Let me just do that real quick. Now I gotta go back and find people. Hold on, let me see. Yo, what is up? Yeah, what is up? What is up? What is up? Seeing those names directly up here. Pull up to the scene real quick. I'm gonna pull up and make that hot exception and throw DSB directly up there for pulling up to the scene and giving love and support directly to the channel, and also educating me, because again, I ain't know that this was the thing, and I read through the background on how a lot of things work here. Didn't know. Oh yeah, like I said, this is why I got y'all here, because sometimes y'all end up teaching me a few things that I didn't know. So it's like, hey, it's much appreciated. Again, much love, respect, and appreciation for throwing out the 10 gifted memberships. Like I said, never seen that before in my life. Never in my life. That is cold. That is cold. That is cold. Let me see. Yeah, that is dope. That is real dope. Now I got to sit up there and start thinking about so what's the names too? Because I know you can also like customize like the little images. I guess you would call those, what are those called, like shields, or like basically if you have a membership next to your name, there is a little image directly there. So I'll probably look into trying to create some different type of images and upload those so that we got some little different things, and maybe some stickers or something. I'm not sure. Can we upload those directly? I would have to look. Now I gotta start doing some research now. I gotta start doing some research. But yeah, much love, man. Much love, respect, and appreciation for that, man. Much love, much love. You say you can also do members only streams too. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. I think you can also have like members only. I think that would also mean the chats too, I think. But see, now the problem with that is for let me just highlight it. The problem with that is YouTube doesn't properly give out the notifications. So let's say like I wanted to do, like if I had a chat, it was like, all right, let's get all the members and the mods directly in here, and we just chilling, just having fun or whatever. The problem is YouTube and the notifications. That's the the one main problem with that, because I wouldn't have a problem just sitting up there doing stuff like that, because I feel like it would be fun, right? It would just be us. We would be worried about trolls and whatnot. But it's like, yeah, it's just the notifications. That's the hardest barrier. I mean, technically on the what's the name? I was about to say Descript. That's a program. On Discord, I do have like, it gives notifications when I go live. But that would then mean that people would have to, like download Discord and know how to work it and, and different stuff like that. And we had it. Technically, it was all right. Over the years, we had, one tiny little snafu that took place. And the Discord hasn't been the same ever since. It's just it's a shell of what it used to be. Let me tell you that. But yeah, that'd be one of the avenues of doing that. I did look into a different way of trying to get notifications out to people, and I'm not sure if I did a good enough job at trying to publicly just push that direct. I think I might have made a community note or a post directly about it, but again, that would detail people actually, going directly to it. And, I know it's a little bit difficult in a sense, managing a variety of apps, getting notifications and, and all of that stuff. So, this is where we are. This is where we are. You said, yes, they be hating with different notifications. Yeah, they do. It is crazy how they will do the notifications directly on here. And man, let me, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of stuff right now because after this just basically took place, I'm like, I think I even had like notifications like set up for stuff like this, but I didn't have the proper OBS scene basically on, so it didn't like really show up as it should. So I was like, damn. But yeah, 6 cents. So again, shout out, much love and appreciation to welcome everybody that became a member. I actually want to say I think this is the highest membership that I've actually had in a long time. In some years, actually, but that was also by way of YouTube and stuff happening. So yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation, and shout out to you guys, being here. This is dope. This is actually pretty dope. This is like some motivating type stuff right here. That is dope. Let me tell you. Man, just became a member. Shout out. So I think if let me see if that should actually read. Yeah. So that actually it reads as 11. So also welcome to the membership as well too. We got a nice cool 11 members on the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, this is cool. I think the hamster actually fell off the wheel for a brief second. So I'm just like working through it right now. It's just kind of just processing and stuff like that. 6 Cents said Kia ora, good morning from New Zealand, and thank you for the gifted membership, DSB. Hey, shout out to you and yours out there in New Zealand. Shout out. That sound like Kia ora. That sounds like some indigenous lingo right there. Oh my god, because I want to sit up there and say the name of the people, and I can't even. I can see it directly in front of my face, and I can't specifically say it. Oh my god, it's killing me right now. Because I think also I did a story of the indigenous people there in New Zealand before, and also oddly enough, when it deals with Xbox, I always set my region to New Zealand so that I can play games about an hour or a day earlier. So yeah, so technically we are family in a sense, and not family at the same time. So we out here. Yes. The Maori. Yes. Thank you. Hopefully I didn't butcher that. But yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Because I was like, yo, I could see like the dance and the chant and everything. I'm like, I know what I'm trying to say, but I can't say it. Well, yep. So that is pretty dope. Like I said before, this is another reason why I also like being able to do live streams and whatnot, because I'll actually see a lot of you guys here. And I don't know what it is. I swear that YouTube has this preferential thing where if you're, I guess, more in the lives, they'll send you notifications or whatnot for that. But then if it deals with videos, they don't tend to, I guess, like send out the notifications. Because like I said before, we ended up getting a nice influx of people over the what is it? Wait, let me see if I can. I want to also highlight that too. Over time, directly to the channel. So we are on our way directly to 40K at this moment in time. But I feel as though that a lot of people that have subscribed are pretty much on like this portion of like the channel. So like whenever I happen to go live, I guess they'll get the notifications just like y'all for this versus like the videos and different stuff like that. Like I said, I'm still trying to figure some stuff out. This YouTube algorithm, I don't know what's happening. I do not know what is happening. Wait, DSB, are you on? Oh, you must be on the other one as well. Okay, I got you. Let me fix that. Because I'm looking, I'm like, yo, why is your name directly in white at this moment in time? I'm like, yeah, we're about to fix that real quick. Give me a second. Gotta get this on. That was the wrong part. Trying to go directly here. And if you happen to hear the sound of a fan, that's my fan running in the background. All right, so there we go. Let me do that right there. All right, there we go. So I got everybody that should be there. Yeah, I'm gonna. We got some more people too. All right, I'm gonna get that one. Gonna get that going. I'm just gonna wait a little bit. I will say that there are some other things directly in the pipeline as well too. I'm not going to specifically say what those things are, but it's things that's going to be positive directly for the channel and things of that nature. So when those things are ready, I will happen to give a handy dandy notification. Handy dandy notification. We'll just happen to do that. DSB gifted another membership to anybody who I guess is fast enough to click that. So much love, respect, and appreciation. Wait, what is Tippy? Tippy just like hitting up all types. So now I gotta sit up here and go. Wait. Let me see what is Tippy doing? Because I swear she's just having fun right now, just like randomly hitting images. We got a hot 12 directly in here. So we got Eric Canals. Hopefully, wait. Yes, I think hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Eric Canals directly in the part of the membership, making number 12. So much love and appreciation. So let me just shout y'all out real quick. We got Eric Canals, we got DSB, we got 6 cents. Let me roll up. We got RY, we got K-Mac, Pure Black, we got Miss D, the Honeybee. Who else we got? We got JV, New Era, we got Epic Trackstar, and I think that is it. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. K-Mac as well. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see what else. 9. That would be 10. 11. Okay, yeah, it should be 12. Yeah, Tippy just up here, just like hitting this like random stuff, sending rockets. Tippy just sitting up here having so much fun right now. Let me tell you something. I can only imagine how Tippy will be once she has like a newer system or like a gaming laptop. Oh, it's over. Like we are not going to see Tippy on these live streams at all. She is going to be specifically gaming. She's going to be on Steam. She's going to be up there trying to find wherever Roman Reigns is. Trying to be the second wife of the tribal chief. Ms. Anderson sitting up there rolling. Sixth Sense said your pronunciation is good. Amori language is related to the Hawaii language, same sound. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, because as a lot of people know, I tend to butcher names directly out here. So this is why technically I shorten stuff sometimes. Or I happen to take my time, or I'm looking at the name like, all right, which part can we do? And we're just gonna cut off at like 3 letters. Got you. That's what I'm gonna call you. So yeah. So because I try to respectfully, I try not to butcher people's names because it happens. My pronunciation, the way that I see it in my mind of pronunciations, it's like 2 different universes. It's crazy. Tippy said, I don't know, is the emoji a part of the membership? I think it is actually, because the rockets and everything, I never seen those before. So yeah, I think that is actually a part of the membership. That is dope. That is dope. So yeah, maybe I might be I could probably look into seeing if I can do some custom emojis and stuff like that. So yeah, I do. Okay. I'll give me something to research on, to think about and ponder. Six said, yes, usually have membership emojis. New Era said, thank you for the gifted family to DSB. Six said, and membership live streams plus video reels. Tippy said, I'm still blue. I feel out of place. I think, wait, isn't it? Well, I think one is over the other, I think. So like sort of like Discord, like, so Tippy, wait, you were Tippy, I had you as a mod on Discord, right? Or no? Because I want to say, if I think I had quite a few of y'all as mods directly. I mean, y'all still mods on there, but I got quite a few of y'all as mods directly on Discord, and they were like different colors. Wait, Tippy said on Discord, no. Okay, so maybe what was it? So that was K. I think, what was it? Trills K. I think it was Q. I'm not sure if Gail was a mod directly on there. Brandon V World, myself, of course, and I think somebody else. But the way I had it set up is that the guys would have a color, so you'll be able to tell, difference, men and women and stuff like that. And the women will have a color, but then on top of that, moderator wise, you would have a color for Discord, and then you also got a color for if you're just specifically a moderator on the YouTube channel. So it's it's in a sense an easier way to keep track of like who's there and from what platform, and and all of those things, and whatnot. So yeah. Timmy said, I'm still blue. I feel out of place. It was like, y'all racist. I mean, well, the only way that you could probably be green, Tippy, is if you're not like a mod. So then that color the green would then replace that. So I don't know what to tell you. Tippy said Discord. No, I don't think so. I don't remember. Well, I mean, yeah, it was a long time ago too. D Money said the mods override the memberships. Yeah. Ms. Anderson said I'm blue too, and Sippy was like blue lives matter. Oh man. Oh my goodness. Miss Anderson said it's like we don't have an iPhone. Yeah. This sort of kind of is like the iPhone Android type of thing right now, which is crazy. That is crazy. Sham said I'm blue. The buddy. What? Oh, that's the song from the 90s. Dabba dee, dabba da. Yeah, dabba. Yeah. Okay, I got you. It took me a minute. I'm like, wait a minute, is that the Fred Flintstone? Yabba dabba do. I'm like, no, that ain't it. That's not the other song either. And that means I love you. I'm like, yeah, that's not it either. It took me a minute. Six said I'm blue. Oh, wait, she wrote it again? Oh no, that was Six that wrote that. Okay, yeah. Let me see. Tippy said Tippy up here laughing. Yeah, but yeah, y'all, also I want to say this as well too. I'm supposed to do a video on it, but I haven't done one yet. Procrastination is crazy. But the game let me sit up there and show you. Technically, it's a lucky thing that it's muted, because if it wasn't, then that would be a little bit of a problem. Let me see if I can go here real quick. And I would have to go here. I want to say that for anybody that has not played this game, South of Midnight is a pretty dope game. I just want to put that directly out there. And I mean, if I happen to do a game review of it, this is probably how it's going to look. I'll probably just have like the image, directly up there from like the console, whatnot, or whatever. But South of Midnight, I will safely say, is a very good game. It's a nice story-driven type of game. The combat is pretty cool. The only critique I would have is just like the camera angle on the combat, because I like to actually like move around when I'm doing certain actions. The characters are all unique. They all have their own stories. And you will have characters in there that you will feel sorry for, and you'll have other characters out there that you will hate. Let me just tell you, there's quite a bit of care without giving anything away. There's quite a bit of characters in there that I grew to immediately hate, and then other ones I was like, yeah, I hate you now. Type of deal. Her powers are actually pretty good as well too. Her story is also pretty dope. And again, when I happen to do the review, I'm going to just put into context that this is dealing with, like Louisiana. This is, like that Southern type of, lore, storytelling, type of thing. So you're going to see a lot of the elements, especially culturally, when it deals with the game, and a lot of the characters, the families, and and different stuff like that. But it's pretty dope. I would actually, I don't know, they wouldn't, I don't think they would actually do that, but it would be dope if there would be a way to sort of like make her like a Disney princess in a sense, because the way her story is and how it is that she had to navigate through, and how she had to grow, because there is with the young girl here, there's going to be a lot of growth that she's going to have from the beginning of the story to the middle to the end. And in a lot of instances, when she is having interactions with certain characters in the game, you're going to notice the type of growth and the progression of her attitude, her maturity, and things like that. So, but yeah, South of Midnight is dope. It is a very, very, very dope story. Very dope story. New Era said, I got an Android. 6 said, yo, listen, here's a story about a little guy who lives in a blue world. DD, what is up? What is up? What is up? Not much. We just, sitting up here chatting, had to give some shout outs to DSB, throwing out those awesome memberships to a lot of people out there that were able to snatch them up, along with becoming a member himself to the channel. So, gotta highlight that and, and give that love directly out there. New Era said, don't be sad, be happy. Y'all still get to kick out all the trolls. I mean, yeah, that's bars. That's 100% bars. Yo, New Era, don't feel bad. I got an Android too. I've never had an iPhone. I'm not rich like that. I don't got that type of money. Tippy said, Blue Lives Matter. Y'all green, stay on y'all side of the tracks. We don't want y'all here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. See, this is like this type of stuff. This is why I love live streams. Just like looking at some of the interactions that y'all be sitting up here having. Oh man, tears. Yo, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Oh man, New Era was like, I thought we was cool. Oh man, that is hilarious. Tippy was like, I don't see color. We can all get along. Oh man. Six said Blue's house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. Sham said, and everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around because he ain't got nobody to listen. Oh my goodness. Yo, let me tell you something. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I think I'm just like relaxed at this moment. I think I am just, pretty much relaxed at this moment. Let me tell you. But yeah, I also say this as well too, and I think I've stated this before. At a moment in time that y'all happen to create, like channels or whatnot, make sure to like let me know. I don't, like if it's TikTok, Twitch, whatnot or whatever. Let me know so I can, drop by, give some love, and drop a like directly on the video or or something like that. Y'all gotta remind a brother. Y'all gotta sit up there and let me know because I know some of y'all told me that y'all will let me know as soon as y'all just so happen to do it. So just make sure to send me a handy dandy reminder or let me know during the live stream. Like, yo, set up there and start up a channel. I'm like, all right, drop the link. so I can sit up there and and highlight it and whatnot. Because I'm still waiting for Miss Anderson to do some live streams while she's sitting up there at work, taking these long breaks, typing directly on the phone, talking a whole bunch of mess, but supposedly she be playing Call of Duty. I don't know when that be happening, but it'd be like that. It's crazy. New Era said, I never had an iPhone either. I don't like them, said you. I wouldn't say it's not that I don't like them. I could just never afford it. But for me, I like the Android better because I like being able to take the battery out the back of my phone. Not to sound too tin hat foily, but yeah, I like being able to take the back of my phone out and take out the battery and and different stuff like that. So if my phone is off, it is actually off. D Money said all the blues starting to get beside themselves. Ms. Anderson said all facts. So you admitting that you don't be really playing Call of Duty like that. I'm glad you finally admitted. I'm glad you finally admitted that. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Look at that. See? You gotta highlight that. This is what it looks like when the wall of cards finally starts coming down. Sat up there and said that I was a camper. Said that I'd just be sitting in place with my shotgun, just willy-nilly, just looking for somebody. Like I'm pulling a Liam Neeson. I was just waiting for anybody to come directly from the pub. Just anybody will do, right? That's crazy. You said not at all, sir. All right, we'll see at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is not that far. Let me see. What time is it right now? Let me see. It's 5:28. Yeah. Yeah. You got a little bit of time, man. Get your mind right. Make sure to get your mind right because I expect to see you in the top 3. I want to see it here. No excuses. No excuses. Like it's set up there and had that battle. Saw somebody trying to pull some 360 no scope. Thought they was doing something. Like, oh, that's not her. Nah. That's her son doing that. She ain't trying to do no 360 no scope off no car. Yeah, nah, that's a young man's game right there. That's crazy. Yeah, 12 a.m. Yeah, 12 a.m. sharp. 12 a.m. sharp. There said y'all got me crying. Yo, cause she be swearing like she the best gamer directly out here. I ain't never seen this. This is some crazy work out here. I'm like, wow. I'm like, we can look at records, you know. But I try to cut breaks out here because I have an understanding that she ain't been on the system in a minute. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna cut you some slack. I'm gonna cut you a little bit of slack. Let you get back into the groove of things, right, and stop being at the bottom of the boards. My shoulders are heavy. It's only so far that you can walk with all this weight. It's crazy work. I gotta carry the bums that's out there in the pubs, and I gotta carry one of my moderators. Try to get us across the line. It's crazy. Can't even get a drink of water, slice of bread. Some crazy work. Crazy work. D Money said this Rainbow Coalition won't last long. This man ever crazy. Six said it's not easy being green. Kermit the Frog. That's the guy right there. I would also want to sit up there and state, not sure if people paid attention. Kermit is the first cartoon character that basically stated that he likes big girls. I just want to note that. Just want to note that. Kermit is the first one to really like big girls. Sham said, being all the colors of the leaves. I don't even know what y'all singing right now at this moment in time. I'm just basically reading lyrics and I am lost. Let me tell you, lost in space. 100%. Completely lost in space. But yeah, if you guys happen to get a chance, if you are on Xbox again, I would highly recommend. Oh, you can't even see it on screen. Let me just do that. There we go. Yeah, I highly recommend South of Midnight. I will sit up there and tell you this. Do not pay attention to white people in their reviews. Because what I've found out is that a lot of them are complaining or trying to give this low scores. And to me, that doesn't make any type of sense. Because the funniest thing is, there's a lot of white games that I've played. Like it could be like Arthurian Legend, it could be like Vikings, it could be Cavemen. Whatever game is directly out there that has a white protagonist directly in there, I've played those games. And even though I know that the game is not reflective of me, I still enjoyed said game and story. Right, because I just got directly into the story. I got into the character. I'm like, yo, this is like, I'm not more so imagining, myself being the character because it's not reflective of me, but it's as if I'm there with the character walking through, the situations or the story. And I'm like, yo, you believe this happened? Like stuff like that. So, like I said, it's funny how one group can, in a sense, do that, and then another group would be like, nah, we don't want to play anything with a black character. So you have people that complain about the brand new Assassin's Creed, which is dope. I actually got to get back to playing that. I haven't played it in a while because I was trying to defeat this one boss that was there on the boardwalk. Trying to hopefully get like a legendary weapon or some armor or something, or maybe some clothes directly from him. But that one was dope. But they were trying to hit that on two sides because number one, you had an Asian woman or whatnot that was a ninja. And I'm like, that shouldn't be bad because, white dudes like Asian women, right? And then on the other end, it was Yusuke. And white people wanted to complain about that. It was like, he was nothing but a slave. He wasn't really anything. He didn't do this. He did. I'm like, they were losing their minds. I'm like, if they would have put Tom Cruise in that game with that ninja, white people would have been fine with it. And that's the crazy part. That is the crazy part. Nobody else can play these roles unless it's another Asian person or them. That's basically, what it comes down to. Miss Anderson said you have marshmallows and everything. Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Said I had marshmallows. Wow. Tippy said, Kermit likes black women too. He bagged the princess down to New Orleans. Oh my goodness. Third Eye said the game industry is fully aware of these incels who target certain types of games. Yeah. Yeah, that's bars. That's facts. That is facts. D Money said, not mad at Kermit. Big girls need love too. Bars. That's bars. New Era says, shout out to Kermit. Shout out to Kermit. Let me tell you. What was it? What was it? 6'7" is Piggy singing FKA Twigs cell phone. Sam said you talking about the Black Samurai. Yeah, Yusuke. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, this is so for 6, this is technically how we normally are. Like away from like when it's not, for all intents and purposes, I gotta say, like when it's not story time, this is normally how it is. Like everybody's, pretty much relaxed, having just a variety of conversations and just chilling. So that's that's pretty much it. Funny enough, that's actually how Tippy, Gail, I think what Mo, I'm not sure if, I think Sham might have been there, but early on the because I know you 6, wait, were you here at one point before? You might have been, I'm not sure, but at one point in time in earlier times, let's say like during like the pandemic, the channel was like this a lot, especially with like live streams. We would just be sitting up there chilling, playing video games, talking. People, come up during like the live stream and just, whatever. That would, normally be how we would move, and different stuff like that. Like I said, fun times. Fun times. Fun times. Fun times. Let me tell you. So let me see. Third Eye said no one had that problem with Noi with the blonde European samurai. Yeah, that's true. And nobody had that problem. And the funniest thing is, one of my favorite Onimushas was Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. That was actually my favorite Onimusha. That was technically, I played the demos for the other Onimushas before, but Dawn of Dreams was like my very first, in a sense, introduction to Onimusha. And if you happen to look up Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, there it is a white guy. that is the main character. Let me see this. Onimusha Dawn of. Let me see if I can find that one. Yep. And I don't know what happened to my Onimusha Dawn of Dreams either. Like, so it's amazing when you have games and then you just lose track of games. Oh yeah. I think he was guarding a little girl as well, I think. So let me put this picture up there. So this is what it looked like. That was Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. Like I said, oddly enough, that was the one where you had like a white guy that was, the main character and whatnot or whatever. Crazy stuff. Or at least I think he was white. I'm not sure. I don't even know what to tell you sometimes. I might be incorrect. He might look white, but actually be Asian. I don't know. Sham said the Black Samurai was a real person, though. Yep. The creator said it was based on him. And for people who are sicker or a stickler for lore, how could Yusuke be white or Japanese when he was an African slave? Yeah. Yep. Tippy said, Yusuke Seiji Netflix anime movie. Did you watch it yet? I've been telling you about that for about 2 years. A lot of stuff been happening, Tippy. A lot of stuff been happening. Let me tell you. A lot of stuff been going on in the news. So that's basically as code for now. I ain't seen it yet. Work in progress though. Shout out to One Piece. The One Piece is real. But yeah. Yep. Six said, I think I found your channel regarding political news and opinions. Oh yeah. That's probably how it happened. That's probably, but also when it gets to like the tail end of the live stream, if I don't basically end it directly on that point, which normally I try to do, but I didn't, and we ended up here, at this moment in time. I mean, which is a positive, and we're just chilling, talking about anime and stuff like that. Because usually I try to have the live stream in a certain format so that people can just, kind of glance or look directly through it and find what it is that they like, or stuff like that. Because I know that people are not going to sit through, let's say, some of my other streams that I did before, like a 15-hour live stream. Yeah, I know people are not about to, sit through that. I mean, some people may listen to it because they have before, just to get through work and whatnot. But yeah, but hey, I do, happen to cover political topics, more so opinionated, and I'm also a gamer. So yeah, so that's how we end up getting here: games, comic books, manga, however people happen to say it. Yeah, and heavily love food. Heavily love food. Talk about that a lot. I've even ordered and eaten directly on live stream, even though some people had a problem with it. I didn't know what to tell them, and had some mods that showed them the door properly. So hey, it'd be like that. Third Eye said I play all the Onimusha games. Dawn of Dreams was meh. I mean, I liked Dawn of Dreams because of being able to turn into like the Black Oni, and it was like the moment in time I beat the game, turned into the Black Oni. I ended up, I think, what was it? I think, what was it called? The Stone Cutter Sword or whatnot, whatever. But it got to the point where I was able to go through and get my revenge from like the start of the game where I was just getting beat on. And I could just go into the Black Oni state and I would just start swiping and chopping down enemies. So I'm like, yeah, I'm him. you know. But yeah, I got you. D Money said white adjacent. Yeah. Yep. Third Eye said, I think I still got the strategy guide for Dawn of Dreams. Man, let me tell you, I had strategy guides for a lot of different stuff, especially from like Expert Gamer and Game Informer and things like that. I had a lot of books from over the years. I'm talking about like decades, but all of that is gone. Shout out to the city of Detroit. All of that is in the landfill somewhere, or somebody probably picked up and stole some stuff. So I said, Tippy, have you seen the time I was reincarnated as a slime? Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember the anime. Yeah, I remember that. Tippy don't even know what it is. She's like, "Huh, what are you talking about?" It's like, yeah. While Tippy is sitting there telling me about Yusuke, she don't know about that anime. See. Yeah. Sham said, I miss Game Informer. The funniest thing is Game Informer is coming back. So hopefully it's a lot of the people that's of the old team and whatnot, and we can actually have some real gaming journalists directly out there instead of just IGN. At one point in time, IGN was actually cool for their, opinions and different things like that, but then it just started becoming like a paid mess where they were just shields for like Sony. Like anything Sony did, it was a godsend. Anything that Microsoft did, it was nothing. You literally had the Xbox tax out there. It's like, oh, your Xbox, well, you're gonna have to sit up there and pay us so that we could say something good and positive about you. If you don't, then we'll do something, but it's not going to be in favor of you. And I'm like, that is crazy. That is 100% crazy. But it be like that. It be like that. But yeah, how's everybody doing? We got about a good 40 people here. Let me know how everybody's doing. How is everything going? If y'all gonna be ordering some food today and whatnot. Sham said IGN was cool, but then they got too bought out. Yep. And promote a lot of shovelware games that should be trash. That is facts. That is facts. Miss Anderson said it be like that. It do. It really, really does. Just like you at the bottom of the boards. Ooh, I know she about to say something. I know she about to say something. Let me tell you. Tippy said, but I want to watch that anime with the animals killing each other and the anime with the bodybuilder and his psycho father. I don't even know what animes those are. Tippy is on like the deep end there. I'm like, I don't know what type of animes you going for, Tippy. You started laughing. She was like, "Oh wow, yeah, it'd be like that." Let me tell you, we out here. Like I said, the numbers don't lie, Miss Anderson. The numbers don't lie. I saw you, holding down the boards, keeping that 14 on you. I saw you, got the 14 kills. It wasn't anywhere close to about, a good 20 plus or 30, but it's cool. It's cool. You see you out there. Young one, young Padawan. Guy might have to teach you the ways of the shotgun, to get your kills up. 'Cause, I think them bullets be hitting more air and walls than anything else. Some crazy work. You said you just mad because you jumped out with your rifle thinking you're about to get me together. Nope. Look here, man. Let me tell you something. I'm not gonna reverse. I'm gonna let you have that win because I don't want to break your spirits. I don't wanna sit up there and do this to you. So I'm gonna let you have that win so you can have that championship belt all to yourself. It's not gonna be challenged at all. But just know that when we step into the public realm with other players directly out here, you know exactly who the best person is. And it is me. Just to let you know. It is me and the numbers don't lie. I can even go to replays right now, showing me running and gunning directly out here in these streets. While you sitting up here talking about, oh, you be sitting up here camping, you be having s'mores. So yeah, we can sit up there and do that. Because I forgot about that. We do got theater mode directly up in there. You said you took it. I mean, I said that you won. I mean, it's nothing more that I can, add directly to it. It was 20 to 18 your way. You got that. But again, when it deals with what Shan say, you said why her voice changed to Mickey Mouse. It be like that. It be like that. It be like that. But when it, again, when we in public games though, either playing the objective, kill confirm, or team deathmatch, I'm that guy. I am that guy. She knows it, so that's why she's only talking about like, yeah, I got this, I got that. I don't know. I don't know why it always flows to like the Mickey Mouse thing. I think I don't know. It just shout out to Disney. Shout out to Disney. Oddly enough, actually thinking about it, I did have a Mickey Mouse cake when I was younger. So because Mickey Mouse was one of my favorite characters, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Let me tell you. I think she tried to make fun of my voice as well too at one point. I forgot at what timeline that was. Wait, let me see. Where is the audio? Would it be audio capture beta? Spotify stream window match priority executable. Yeah, it wouldn't be that one. So it would have to. It would be audio capture. And then it would have to be. I don't think that's gonna work. Wait, let me see. Let me just see something real quick. I'm just trying to see. Why is that so low? I don't even know if that is even working or not. I mean, I think I turned. Oh yeah, I can't do anything with it from there. That would have to be. Matter of fact, let me see. What games do I got up here? Yeah, because we got a lot of wins directly up here, looking crazy. I can't even. I gotta scroll over all this. Which one was it? I had one of these. That one was my best play with 18. That's crazy. One of these, I had some higher eliminations out here. That's 27. Where is I had one of them bad boys where I had like 31. Well, I was sitting up here. Oh, we only got 2 pages. This is why they should allow you. I remember back in previous Call of Duties, you could hold way more than this. Like, this ain't enough for nothing. That's crazy. How was that 18 my best play, though? Oh, I actually clicked. Like, how was it? I don't even understand how this was even my best play, though. How? Oh, yeah, I had to sit up there and use the LMG. Let me tell you, I'm just going to list that LMG as like weapon fodder. The other thing I don't understand either is looking at replays why it looks like this. Because if I actually went through OBS, it wouldn't be looking like this. Let me see something. Is there a way? Wait, did I speed that up? Okay, well, I went back, right? So, what is left trigger? Okay, that's that. Huh. Oh, okay, so you can just press up on the D-pad for kills. Okay, so you can look at it third person. Yeah, that new LMG is that's that boy is terrible. I do not recommend it. I just want to know why the replays even look like that, because that is not at all how my connection even looks. Like that, this looks crazy. Let's see, game HUD. Okay, so that's that. So you can toggle the controls off. Yeah, I don't know why it is even cutting like that. This is only like a 5-minute match too. But we're gonna speed that up. Ooh. Wait, up on the D-pad is just for kills. Or is it for I might as well just sit up there and just like let it run. Yeah, that LMG is not great at all. It don't matter how you set it up, and the fire rate for it is trash. It's 100% trash. It is crazy. Third, I said I stay away from PvP games. Now I got burnt out in the PS3 days. I get that. Oh, that's why I ended up getting probably best play on that one. Because yeah, they were all just I don't know what was happening there. I made one smart decision and stepping back. Wow, that's crazy. Mo talking about I'm sitting up here camping more than the Girl Scouts. You know, I ain't never seen Mo play Call of Duty. That's some crazy work. I've been waiting for this man to sit up there and jump on some shooters. That is crazy. This man Mo sitting up there. That's some crazy work. Let me highlight that. That's some crazy work right there. Crazy work. Let me tell you something. What she say? She said that's the voice you had while I was whooping you. That's crazy. See. Let me highlight that. So Miss Anderson is admitting to being an abuser. See how she got me like that? See? So she was like, "Hey, I was sitting up there beating on you. That's why your voice was high." See, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. Third Eye said, "Camp any harder, Jason will show up." Wow, that's some crap. I ain't even camping. I'm literally moving around. That is crazy. Wow. But I do need Call of Duty to sit up there and fix their replays, so I don't know what this is. Because what I recorded on OBS don't look like this. Yeah, this LMG is not it, though. It is not it. Third Eye was like, I kid. Nah. Third Eye dead serious. Third Eye Mo dead serious. That's cold blooded. But yeah, Mo, where you at, man? You know, when you gonna be jumping on the system, man? Yeah, but Third Eye, I say this though. What's the name? Multiplayer ain't that bad though. It's not that bad at all. Technically. Yo, what? I want to know why is it cutting like that though? That is crazy work. So how do you wait? Social, return the game, leave match. Yeah, because I'm like, why would y'all wait? Manage files. Oh, okay, it's those. And I think we're supposed to get like Infinite Warfare on here as well, just to put that out there. Yo, where are you kidding me? Okay, Battle Pass. Press the wrong thing. Go to multiplayer. So I think once I go there, press start. And then go to theater mode. Which one is that? Now I gotta flip this back. This is crazy. But yeah. I wasn't trying to keep y'all here longer than what y'all needed to be. That's pretty much it though. If I sit up there and start forgetting that I'm streaming and be like, all right, I'm about to sit up there and jump on some Call of Duty. Jump on some Call of Duty real quick. I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I'm sitting up here. Still streaming on the same topic in a sense. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody that's been a part of the live stream. Shout out to any and all new members. Shout out to all 13 of yous. Wait, let me go back. Hold on, let me make sure I get the correct number. I don't want to represent. Shout out to all 12 new members directly to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do without people like you. And shout out to anybody who's ever donated to the platform. Y'all could have been doing anything else, but you found your way to donate a little bit directly to a brother. You got bills, you got kids, got whole wives and everything like that, and y'all still find a way to help our brother out. So I'm highly appreciative. Love you guys a lot, respect you guys a lot, value you guys a lot, and major thanks for everything that you guys do. And yeah, that is pretty much it, I guess. Let me see. I'll read a few more comments before we do it. Most said, says he lives in Crystal Lake. That is lies. We got D in here laughing. Third Eye said, nah, I was 24/7 playing PvP on games like Tom Clancy Hawks. I was top 5 online. It just became like a job holding the rank and still trying to break into the top 3. Yo, let me tell you something real quick. Yo, Third Eye, if you're gonna do stuff like that and you can still play like that, I would recommend you to stream. Because the main thing is a lot of people they want to watch, you know, different types of streams, but more times than not, a lot of people like the competitive side of things, even though they may not be competitive themselves, but they still want to see, you know, a high tier or whatnot gameplay. You want to see people that they know, you know, is better than them doing things that they can only dream of doing. So yeah, that would be streamable. It don't matter if it's Twitch, don't matter if it's TikTok, YouTube, maybe even Facebook gaming. That would be something that you would have people want to watch. So, you know, just putting that, you know, directly out there, you know, that could be a whole brand new start, you know, on the summer and whatnot. D Money said good stream. D Money also said that there's apparently going to be protesting this weekend in Texas for Carmelo to be locked up. Again, I've never seen stuff like this before ever. This is brand new. And I'm gonna put it to you like this, right? Let me just highlight D real quick, right? You got to ask yourself, who are these people and who paid them to be there? Like, who are they really associated with? Like, who is putting money behind these people pulling up and trying to do a protest? Like I said, that's crazy. Out of all of the things that's literally going on in the United States, this is what you want to protest on. So never mind the government throwing your families and everything directly into wars and them sacrificing themselves and not following orders, because that's what a good soldier does. Never mind the healthcare system and the school system, and never mind the fact that the United States government is, you know, burning people out of house and home. We got chemtrails and everything else going on directly out here. You know, like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. Makes no sense. D Money said, be safe. Everybody. Tippy said, watch Yusuke Seiji. I won't make no promises, Tippy. Tippy gonna be like, she's gonna turn around. It's been 4 years. 4 years. Oh man, Shem said I got Remnant 2 up, making my character right now. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Let me, because while I'm actually still on the game, I can actually check to see if I got Remnant still uploaded. Yeah, I do. It's, well, you can't see it, it's in the corner. Let me see, I gotta minimize that right there. Yeah, so I got Remnant 2 in the corner. It's got the lucky 7s. It's 77.7 gigs. So yep, I got that bad boy still downloaded. Let me see, manage add-on and files. I should have the well, this is my other profile, but I should. Well, it's not going to show it here, but I should. Yeah, I got Dark Horizon because that's the DLC for Enrude, and I just didn't play it yet though. So I didn't play the Enrude DLC, and I didn't really go through the Forgotten Kingdom DLC. Wait, what's the other one? Okay, and then that's the DLC bundle. That's, I guess, like both of them. Wait, let me see. The Remnant 2 DLC bundles include 3 DLC packs that everyone even more. Wait a minute, let me see. So what's all 3? Let me see. Okay, I got the Ritualist, right? Right, Loathsome. New boss encounters, correct. Forgotten Kingdom, right? I got the Invoker. Dark Horizon. The archetype, the warden. That's what I was supposed to be doing. I was supposed to be getting that. So yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that was the only archetype that I don't think that I got. I was supposed to work on getting the warden. But yeah, I still got it. Still got it downloaded. Let me check. Is it crossplay? Accessible. You got cloud. Play anywhere. Ooh, maybe it's not crossplay. No. I think it is, because I mean, even though it doesn't specifically say it, I swore I played with some people that were on PC or something. Like I said, we'll figure it out. We'll sit up there and figure out. We had some people that were here. I think it was like Tippy and a few others that watched me play Remnant. And yeah, if you make it to the, I want to say it's like a church, but it's more so like a castle with the Red King in there. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a problem. And depending on what class you pick, yeah. I would say take your time, because 9 in there is something. And especially if you didn't make it or get to any type of like save points, yeah, it's going to be very much annoying. I'm just going to let you know that now. You're going to have some stuff out there that's not going to make sense. Third Eye said I stopped streaming 3 years ago. You said I got 4 videos on my channel though. Okay, I'll check that out. Oh my God, here go Tippy. It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. Let me see. Let me go through the chat real quick. Yeah, let me just have your channel open so I could just go there and do that. Oh, you was playing Outriders? Yo. Let me tell you. Wait, do I even still hold on? Did I move it? Yeah, I think I had got rid of, I had deleted Outriders for something. I forgot what it was. But yeah, that's another game that I got too. I still got Outriders as well too. That's one of my favorite games. I love Outriders. Even though people who can fly pretty much gave up on it in a sense. I would love that to be a game that comes back out, because I did actually enjoy and like the DLC because of the difficulty that was there and everything. And then I think I was only missing like 2 or 3 mods from the DLC, literally 2 or 3 mods. And the main character that I would play with is Pyro, because I love just like blowing stuff up, turning everything to ash, blowing it up, blowing more stuff up after other things that blew up, throwing weaknesses and vulnerability directly on enemies and everything. It was dope. It was dope. And my health pool was not that great, but the power was insane. Sham said getting through the first scene. Yeah. It's been a minute since I played Outriders. It's like my memory is a little bit fractured, sort of, but I can still see it at the same time. It's crazy. This one, Tiffany. Sit up here cussing me out. D Money said, and the Yusuke anime was pretty good. Flying Lotus did the soundtrack. Okay. All right. D Money said I need to start back streaming, but life be life. And yeah, that's true. Thought I said, yeah, they dropped the ball on a great one. Yeah, I feel like that for that game and Anthem. The funniest thing is a game I don't think a lot of people played, which was Defiance. Defiance 20, is it 2045 or 2072? Whatever the upgrade for Defiance was, back during like the 2012, 2013 like era. A small company is actually reviving that game along with the PvP and everything. And I'm like, that is wild. Because I'm like, all of my stuff dealing with that game, I think is on my original my Xbox One is sitting directly next to me in the box. But I'm like, I'm not sure if that's still going to be usable because the parasite weapons on there, that was just like, that was crazy. You shoot somebody enough time, parasites, start pulling out of the person. And then those parasites would also, like attack and different, like I said, some dope stuff. Very dope stuff. Third Eye said, I love the Trickster. No, the Trickster is dope. At one point in time, I thought about going Trickster because of the whole, being able to stop time and do stuff like that and teleport. Because I did play with it in the early frame or the early times of the beta. And I thought it was dope. I'm like, yo, the slash and all of that is pretty dope. But originally, I was the type of person that would use the Technomancer. That was my main character. But then I started going through like the comments and the chats, and then everybody was like, yeah, I'm going to be a Technomancer. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, no. So you got Devastator, Technomancer, the Trickster, and the Pyro. I'm like, everybody wants to be a Technomancer. I'm like, ain't nobody, all of these people that wanted to do it, I promise you they weren't giving out heals. I promise you. It was the most selfish gameplay that they more than likely had. And that was the only healer that we realistically have that could give group heals. Everybody else had heals that solely dealt with their abilities, but then they changed that once they implemented, certain, legendaries and parts and, and stuff like that. But I was like, that's all right. I'm just going to be a Pyro. And I went as a Pyro and I was getting washed. I was getting washed as by the NPCs. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this is tough. But I stuck with it. I stayed with it. And I made it through the main majority of the content, started having those legendaries and whatnot just drop for me. I ended up getting some armor here and there. And I'm like, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Now I can start implementing some changes to my abilities and throwing some links directly in there with one piece and another. It was, like I said, it was good. It was good. Tippy said, what's the name of the game with the black girl again? That one is called South of Midnight. I don't know why I can't D-pad this. Okay, there we go. See, manage, go to store. Yeah, it's the game right here, South of Midnight. Now that one, Tippy, for right now, it's only on Xbox and it's free to play because I got Game Pass. So, get to sit up there and just play that for free and beat the game. And, pretty much that'd be it. I'm still going to go back and try to get a few achievements, though. I will tell you that. Cyborg 187, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said I played Outriders game. It was repetitive. I mean, yeah. But the thing about it was that if you're in a chase to, I guess, want to beat the content or want to get better, then that's where the grinding or the repetition is going to come directly in, because I grinded that game. It, like I say, it is repetitive. It is. But I had something I was chasing. I had something I was looking for. And I had a specific build in mind that I wanted to do. And I pretty much got that build along with other weapons that complemented that build as well, too. Because I got a couple of rifles that can put ash directly on enemies or burn enemies. Because I think for one of my weapons that was fire-based, I had the other stat where I think if you shoot them enough times, or if it's crits, I forgot what it was, but it'll automatically put ash directly on the character. So since I'm a pyromancer, I should be able to do, I think it's how I had it, should have been my LB or is it my RB. Any which way, I would do my ability where this ring of fire would basically trigger the ash, or it would trigger the thermal bombs that I would have. And if I had a certain legendary on, one thermal bomb will sit up there and end up being two thermal bombs, and then you can make the thermal bombs go into like a longer line and the explosion bigger, and and different stuff. So, like I said, I mean, for me, I still love it. I still love the game. Tippy was like, the green people left. Can we be racist now? This woman here. Oh, this woman here, crazy. Six said, I gotta go. Weather is packing it in. Ex-tropical cyclone Tam. Have to go. Move livestock. Good to see you. Enjoy chatting. Take care. Yo, take care and be safe directly out there. Hopefully she was able to hear me. Take care and be safe directly out there with you and yours, and take shelter. Just talking. This said, what is it gonna say? Nothing much. Nothing much at all. Just sitting up here chilling at the moment. Technically, I guess about to dip out and let y'all be free. Third Eye said, if you pay for Game Pass, then it's not a free game. LOL. I mean, yeah, it's a subscription. It's a game subscription service. Yeah. I mean, for all intents and purposes, what I'm saying is free in a sense that I didn't have to pay, like, let's say, like a full $60 or $70 for this title, even though it is worth it. I will, because I got my time directly. Matter of fact, how many? I don't even think I can go to most. Stat wise, I think I played quite a bit. Directly on this game. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I mean by, in a sense, free. I didn't have to pay full price. Game Pass for me, I think it was like $18. And usually these games, when they first came out, they're about like $60, $70. So for me, I look at it as a deal. When it deals with Game Pass and and things like that. I think, didn't we have some stuff on Game Pass? Let me see. Matter of fact, I'll just do it natively from here. Screen is gonna be a little bit off. They also just put Grand Theft, because that's how you know Grand Theft Auto is about to come out. They put Grand Theft Auto 5 directly on Game Pass again to get people in the mind frame and prepare for the new Grand Theft Auto. Then we got some free play days directly up here. What we got? Skull. Oh, I can actually try this out. And the funny thing is, this is a game I was looking forward to, and I just recently learned about the fact that for Skull and Bones, Ubisoft was like, "Yo, we're going to keep working on this game. We're going to keep putting things directly in here." So they have land exploration that is either put in there now or about to be put in there, along with some hand-to-hand combat, type of stuff. And then, as you see, we got the three different versions of Game Pass. You got Core, Standard, and Ultimate, right? And then you also got 2K directly up there. NHL Sports recently added. So yeah, we got quite a few titles directly up there. Adam's Fall is actually pretty nice as well too. Pretty nice. Naraka's pretty dope. That's a free to play game. Smite 2 is still a work in progress. If people look for another shooter, I would actually recommend the finals. Immortal 33 is actually pretty dope. It's a pretty nifty little game. The rest of these I haven't really played. The funny thing is, we got this on Game Pass, and I bought, I think, the gold version and whatnot of Watch Dogs Legions when this first came out, and that was back during the pandemic. And I'm like, well, if I would have known it was coming to Game Pass, I would have waited. You got Beltoro, right? And that was a game that's highly popular that just blew up out of nowhere. You got the F1 game, Rogue Trader, and then you got Avowed. Avowed is a pretty, nice, simple, little game as well too to highlight. What else we got? You said was good. Tippy said I might make smothered potatoes and fried tilapia. Oh, that sounds good. Sounds pretty good. But yes, my people, you guys are free. You guys are free. So we've been going for about a good 5 hours and 17 minutes. I might even take myself a little bit of a rest, just ever so slightly, just because. But yeah, I will have some videos. So again, any of the videos that you guys are able to see or topics that I covered, we will have some videos pulling up a little bit later directly for you guys. So be on the lookout for that. And also, again, we also got posts in the community section of the page as well too. So check out SEIJIHITO Second Coming for more types of content and everything like that coming directly to you guys from now and into the future. And you guys are free. You guys are free to do what it is that you do. Go out there and cook, Uber Eats, go to the movies, get your feng shui directly in order, or go out there and game. So yeah, a brother is out of here, and have a great and safe day. Much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody that's been here, and peace out.